And good evening, and I'm now launching the second stream on my second day, or excuse me, the first stream on my second day, or the second stream of my coverage here in Seattle. It is day 2 for me here in CHOP and in Seattle at the moment. I am outside, and hello to everyone who's tuning in. At the moment, I am outside the abandoned East Seattle Police Department precinct building right in the heart of CHOP. And by the way, last night, when the march made its way to the police department in downtown Seattle, that I believe was the West Precinct building, which is not abandoned. And it is also well outside of CHOP, and there may be a march there again tonight. We'll see. I think it's 6 something right now, and right around 6 I was taking a look at Cal Anderson Park right over here to see if their scheduled meeting had begun, and it had not. It might be underway now as I head down East Pine Street away from the East Precinct building and to Cal Anderson Park to see if indeed the nightly meeting is underway, and likewise if speeches are underway. I think I hear someone on the loudspeaker. It looks like the speeches are underway. I'm gonna try to broadcast a chunk of the speeches like I did last night, but before then, while there's still daylight and there's not a lot of action going on, I'm going to give you a little bit of a tour of CHOP that I sort of gave you last night, but it was dark at the time. So here's one of the baseball diamonds at Cal Anderson Park, and you can see people gathered on the artificial turf where the nightly meeting is underway. These meetings get started here at 6 p.m., although I think it started a little after 6 this evening. And speeches, I think, are underway, or maybe announcements. I'm not sure what all is underway. Again, for those of you who were tuned in last night, but for those of you who were not tuned in last night, we've got different rules of engagement, so to speak, here in CHOP, and I can't go around filming everything that I normally film in a public place in the US. So at times, I will be pointing the camera down, particularly when I'm headed in the direction of occupied tents. So you can see, as they do on a nightly basis, we've got people gathered on the artificial turf here at Cal Anderson Park, and someone's got the megaphone and is giving a speech. This sounds like it may be an interesting talk, so let's listen in for a little bit.
Ran out of here. gunshot. Land. Her baby, 3 years old. Land. Hospital. Gunshot by a black woman. And with the river, giving him a CPS. This woman is not getting.
Hey Tim, thank you very much for joining.
They kidnapped her fucking child. They ran her fucking child out of the facility where we could have kept her safe.
Hey Magic Monkey, thanks for tuning in.
We could have kept the child safe, but instead, one individual grabbed and kidnapped this 3-year-old baby, ran it out of this facility.
I don't know if you guys can hear.
Or this baby.
They're talking about a baby being, a 3-year-old child being kidnapped from a facility across the street and turned over to the custody of CPS.
This woman is never getting her child back for not having her child. Then her car was totally destroyed. Gone. Engaged on the
So we'll be returning to this nightly meeting. I don't know what the circumstances are surrounding this case. I missed the beginning of this talk. There's certainly been a lot of action in and around CHOP in recent days. And maybe more of that will be addressed in tonight's meeting, which I'll return to shortly. But since it's daylight, I think it's an opportune time to give you more of a look of the streets of CHOP. So there was, let's just address this really quickly, a bit on the outskirts of CHOP. There was a shooting this morning, early morning. According to the Seattle Police Department, the shooting took place around 4:30 a.m. You're welcome to the commenter. And I believe the Seattle police are saying that a man in his 30s, actually I'm not sure if it's a man, but I think they're saying someone in his 30s was wounded in the shooting, and they were investigating whether there were shots fired inside of CHOP. Additionally, it was a white female. I'm not sure of that. So there was a shooting around 4:30 a.m. this morning, following multiple shootings this weekend, and so we essentially had 3 straight nights of shootings either in CHOP or on the outskirts of CHOP. So I just want to get that out of the way to start off. I'm not going to be focused on that during the stream, but that's going to be in the back of everyone's minds. So into CHOP we go. What street is this? You want to pop on really quickly?
Yeah.
Again, I'm...
One second.
Oh,
Hey.
false alarm.
No, I was just recording something, so...
Again, I'm joined by Annabelle, who will come on momentarily as we enter CHOP, or right before we re-enter CHOP. Just bring her on really quickly. You lost
So
what?
yeah, this is
Oh.
our second day in Seattle, and we are exploring CHOP here.
So you see anything interesting so far today?
So yeah, here's a lot of art, even more graffiti all over. And now there's a huge gathering in a park, what you've just seen.
And sirens in the background. So Annabelle will probably pop in and out different times throughout this broadcast. Likewise, I guess it's worth noting that as most of you, I'm sure, are aware, there are talks about the city trying to regain control of this zone. And today, the Seattle police chief, Best, put out a statement envisioning police reforms for the city and for Seattle PD. So those are some of the things going on in the background as we now walk up the hill on Pine Street in the direction of the East Precinct, the abandoned East Precinct where we got started today. And you know what, I'm skipping over some of these. Might as well show you some. I'm battling a little glare. I don't know how well you can see these. I know people have been asking a lot of questions about what I smell and do I smell weed. I haven't smelled a whole lot of weed, but yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of weed here. My man, this is your artwork?
Yes, it is.
You want to pop on camera and give your artwork a plug or your social media plug or something?
Sure.
All right. Can you explain what this is?
This is Illustratio, cross between comic book, Japanese animation, and graffiti. I'm the inventor of the word and the style. It's all freehand, no computer graphic. I'm going to be doing a piece today live here on the spot with George Floyd called I Can't Breathe. You can catch me on the corner of Pike and 11th inside the Chop Zone. God bless the Chop.
And do we have a name for this specific design?
No, this is another artist. His information is right there.
Okay, so you're solely okay. I see.
Yes.
Do you have a social media handle to plug?
No, I'm trying to bring back the lost art of face-to-face communication. Wish me luck.
Lovely. I do wish you best of luck, my man. All right, there you go. There's a resident artist here in Shop. Every building's got, I didn't mean to film that sense. Every building's got some artwork on it, or a whole lot of artwork on it, or is completely covered in artwork. As is the ground, for that matter. Again, I'm battling a glare here, and I guess you're seeing my shadow, so I don't know how well you can see this artwork on the ground. Through a barricade we go, maybe around a barricade. Police reform now, it says among lots of other messages on this vehicle. Right now, a large portion of the community is gathered at Cal Anderson Park, where I was moments ago, and where we'll return shortly for the nightly meetings, or nightly meeting. Here's the abandoned precinct. The second story is not covered in artwork and tagging. The first floor is. I just noticed this today. Robert Fuller did not commit suicide, which is significant to me because a little more than a week ago, I was providing coverage from the Robert Fuller Memorial and protests taking place in Palmdale, California. Here's the intersection of 12th Avenue and East Pine Street, which is a significant intersection here in Chop, where the abandoned Seattle Police East Precinct stands and is still standing, and the city of Seattle says that it intends to reclaim this precinct down 12th Avenue. There's not a whole lot in this direction. Is this north? I keep forgetting. Maybe it's north. Maybe it's north something. So not a whole lot in that direction. I just pointed the camera, and then down here is a quite artsy area within a very artsy community or organized protest, which I was showing you last night at the end of the stream. I think I showed you the artwork and signs on this side of the abandoned police precinct at the beginning of the stream yesterday, but here it is again. Again, the protesters have written out their demands on the boarded up precinct, which are defund SPD by 50% now, fund community restorative justice, housing, healthcare, and third, freedom for all protesters. I'm gonna try to avoid filming tents, so that's why I'm pointing the camera at the ground here. I mean, at least residential tents. These artsy tents. I want to pop back on for a moment if you can.
Okay.
For the audience, for people who weren't tuned in last night, what are these tents and what artwork do we have here?
So this is not really artwork. This is free donations. People are donating whatever plates. I mean, maybe you want to show some because yesterday we met somebody here and he said basically in this community is everything free. That's what they stand for. And all the painting utilities, what they're using to create their art is free. So in the middle, yesterday in the middle of this area here were paint buckets and brushes. So all the artists could just grab whatever they want or spray paint. And then they were doing graffitis all over the buildings. There's maybe you want to check this out.
Yeah, I saw people.
Yeah.
I saw people tagging this public storage building last night.
Yeah, this is what they created.
Maybe you want to ask this guy if he wants to. Is he asleep? All right, I guess I can't interview a sleeping man, but all right, Annabelle used charm to awake the sleeping artist. So I saw public storage getting tagged last night. This is where we were filming an interview in the security guard or security guards last night. As you can see, this is an entrance to Chaz, one of the barricades, one of the entrances to the zone, and it's not manned by any security at the moment, but at night it tends to be manned by security. We're trying to set up an interview. No rush or no pressure if you don't want to.
Okay. Well, if you want it, because he's a very eloquent speaker.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you can drop stuff, but what are you trying to drop off?
I'll
Like,
let
are you
him
trying to
take
make
over
donations?
and whatever.
No, we're just gonna let you come on if you like to the audience what you're doing and give your stuff a plug.
I mean, it's basically a donation spot. You know, people can come by and bring a lot of things that will be helpful.
Would you mind getting a little closer? Because there's competing noise.
I mean, yeah, it's a donation spot where people can bring things that'll be helpful towards the cause, hot foods.
So people are dropping off groceries right now?
Yeah, groceries. Yeah, there's those coming through on a daily basis. You don't know exactly what you're gonna get, but we're gonna get some stuff. You can see a sign over there that has donations that are needed, so that's a good place for people are going to help the cause stuff for things that are most helpful.
Yeah, so here I can just sign.
And what
There's a sign right here.
are people mostly donating food, water, or are they donating supplies? What?
There's people bring what they can, you know, and whatever we got a surplus of or have connections to, we can put to use here. So, I mean, all sorts of stuff comes through, really. You know,
And- Clothing also.
yeah, clothing, bedding materials, like the prioritized things are most appreciated. We're gonna, say we can't donate anything. So.
Are people donating tents or
People donating
couches?
tents,
Or
people donating tents, couches, sleeping pads, all sorts of stuff, blankets, you know.
And do you know who most of the donors are? Are they Seattle
community.
residents? Are they participants and residents of
The
CHOP?
community,
Or
all around. There's people that have come from out of the state and donated stuff. There was somebody who called in and donated 9 pizzas from Japan, and somebody donated 8 pizzas from South Carolina. So, you know, all around.
wow.
Yeah.
Did you field that call from Japan for the
No,
pizza
I did
delivery?
Not. No, I did not. I became aware of it though.
So that's some seltzer water being dropped off. I don't see any pizza sitting here at the
Yeah, no
moment.
pizza right now. No pizza.
A lot of rolls though.
Yeah, bagels.
Apples.
Yeah.
Oh, those are bagels, not rolls. Excuse me. Yeah, bagels seem to be pretty popular here. So if anyone wants to call in or I guess text in or apt in a donation, how do they go about doing that?
There's the address for if they like have a pizza delivered over here. I don't know where the address list is.
What about this Cash App and Venmo here?
Oh yeah,
What's-
the Cash App.
Is that just for donations or
That's,
what?
that's for cash donations, I believe. I was actually unaware of that, so that's the first seeing that one. But yeah, come by. You know, we're located in between Pike and Pine on 12th. So yeah, you can definitely bring it by, and there's other spots all around too. There's a medic center up there, so once we get it here, we just
Where exactly is the medic center?
It's just right over there, the tent, right? Blue tent,
Oh, the
on
blue
the other
tent's
side.
right in the
right,
intersection.
right on the other side of the street. Yep.
I heard I'm not allowed to film there. Is that true?
I'm not sure.
All right. Well, anything else you'd like to say to the audience about what you're doing or CHOP as a whole?
Just come and check it out and come chip in. That's all I got to say. Come chip in and join the vibe and see what we're about.
All right. Thanks a lot. So look at some of the other supplies here. I kept saying these are art tents. They're not, or at least the few that I'm looking at right now are not art tents. It says medical supplies. Annabelle's blocking the medical supply. There we go. Medical supplies. And yeah, you can see a community sustaining itself here. So he was saying that this blue tent right in the intersection is the medical tent. How did we miss that?
I thought the medical tent was in the middle of the park yesterday.
Well, we'll see how. I mean, I said sustaining. I don't know if they're gonna get kicked out of here. I mean, we'll see. Hey, John, thanks for tuning in. So no, this tent is blue, but that's not the medical tent. Now we're back in the intersection of East Pine and 12th. You haven't missed much yet. The nightly meeting is going on. We're missing speeches at the moment, but I just thought that I would take the opportunity to show you all what it looks like here in CHOP during daylight hours.
No, this is my kitchen here.
Yeah, this
is
isn't
not the
the
medical
medical
tent,
tent.
is
He's wrong about that.
No, because the guy from over there said that this is...
Oh no, we're not. I didn't. The medical system there.
Am I allowed to film your kitchen?
As long as you don't film on people's or protesters' face. Yeah.
Thank you. Would you mind explaining? I'm not filming you. I'm just filming the kitchen. What you're cooking and what this operation is.
We're basically doing supporting work for the protesters for providing free food and drinks. We take donations and then we distribute all these food and drinks to other people who are coming.
Are these just random volunteers, or are you associated with a local business or restaurant?
We are random volunteers.
Very cool.
Thanks.
So looks like some dinner cooking here, not the medical tent. Let's head down Pine. You can see, for those of you who missed it yesterday, the Black Lives Matter street sign. I've got a mask on my face. And it seems like they're just underway with that dish, but I don't know. I didn't get such a good whiff. So the Black Lives Matter street sign here on Pine, there are at least a couple of those. Might be interest to some of you who missed it moments ago. There is a Robert Fuller did not commit suicide sign here, or I don't know, tagging on a board on a barricade. I don't know quite how to describe it, but that's certainly of interest to me, having covered the Fuller case down in Palmdale, California. Once we sit down and take a look and listen in on the speeches and announcements that are happening right now, then I can get a better look at the comments. Right now I can't see most of the comments. All right, at the intersection of East Black Lives Matter Street, joking a little bit, East Pine Street and George Floyd Way. That's also a makeshift sign. No, we're at 11th and Pine, an intersection that borders Cal Anderson Park, right over here where the meeting's underway, and we'll return shortly.
So here you have to pay actually for the food. Let me
Hi. Annabelle is a way of charming the food vendors. I'll just put her back on to report what she learns from this food vendor as I show you another barricade. And over here, I missed this. I don't think I've been over here yet. We've got a memorial for George Floyd, it looks like. You can see the 8:46 sign for the 8 minutes 46 seconds. Oh, John, no, I didn't get a screen. I completely forgot about that. That was a cool moment yesterday. If someone would like to send me a screenshot of... And that might have been a sweet potato that was thrown. I'm not positive, but that might have been a sweet potato that was thrown out of the building yesterday as we were marching to the Seattle Police Department West Precinct, I believe. I believe yesterday we were outside the West Precinct during the march in the lead up to going on to I-5, and I've heard rumblings that there will be another march to the West Precinct today. So here's this George Floyd memorial. Another 8 minutes and 46 seconds sign. A couple hands and wrists. And I think we're missing an interesting speech right now.
Her name's Angelica. She's so cool.
Would you mind popping on camera really quickly?
Yeah.
All right, just before I head over to listen to Angelica, can you tell me what you do in CHOP and just a little bit about life here?
I just jump in wherever I'm needed. So I just went on a grocery run. I help organize stuff. Work with co-op up there. Help with organize. I'm a de-escalator too. I provide mental health support to some of the people here. Really just wherever I'm needed.
What kind, if you're okay with sharing, what kind of de-escalation work have you done?
Just like when fights break out, try to stop it. When people come in here who have like mental disabilities, trying to like talk to people around so they know how to work with those people. I'm a special education teacher, so that's like what I do. Yeah, you know,
Here's your rose that fell. Where do I put it?
just anyway.
There, I laid a rose. All right, well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
We're gonna go listen in.
Good.
So this, as he said, apparently it's Angelica who's speaking right now, and I heard her talking about the ambulance. There's been a lot of controversy surrounding the response of the police department and medics to the fatal shooting that took place here over the weekend. Oh, really quickly, you wanna share what you learned at that food tent, or is
Yes.
it not so important?
Yeah, no, the thing is that yesterday they told us that everything is for free and the guy upstairs with the donations also said everything is free. But then the guy said there are also some vendors who are selling stuff here, so that's what they said.
Yeah, you can buy hot dogs and oh. All right, there's more of a look at CHOP during daytime hours. Now we're walking into the 6 p.m. nightly meeting. Thank you. Someone's offering us free water. So we're walking into the 6 p.m. nightly meeting. Again, they gather here at Cal Anderson Park, where there are many, many tents set up, where there's gardening going on, there are booths set up, there are food vendors as well. And we listen in now to speeches and announcements and discussion over the future of CHOP. And once I sit down, I'm not going to be able to address most of your comments, but I will be able to see most of your comments. Let's see if you guys can hear her. Please let me know if you can hear the speaker or not. If not, I'll try to find a different spot.
She don't give a shit. It's not her baby. She don't care. Look at her. Hey, bro. That's not right, bro. That's not it.
Can't hear. All right, we gotta go to a different spot. All right, I'm gonna try to find a different spot. It's a little trickier tonight than last night to find a proper spot, because there's this big circle where the speakers are walking around. Annabelle. Not filming you.
Here's a generator. We should go there. No?
Oh, it's too close. Way too close. Generator. Yeah, the generator might be making it hard to hear.
You don't want to sit there?
The speakers keep walking around. We've got audio challenges tonight. There's a generator making noise. Speakers walking around.
I want you guys to put your strong legal constitutional right to protect our students and your children. So you want to put ownership to stand your future children's rights, and you have to call their fucking names.
I'll monitor the comments for another few seconds. If you guys keep saying no, you can't hear, then I'll switch over to play-by-play.
over. These are the things I want you to worry about. Again, if you have a personal problem, I would love to discuss it with you. I promise you. I'm not talking. You guys can amazing Facebook too on
This,
Instagram.
it looks like the woman who's speaking before is going to take over the mic, and she's louder, so let's try again. Alright, I'm going to try to find a better angle where we don't have the generator pointing in our direction.
Waiting for one of y'all to answer that shit to the consent squad. I want you guys to understand what you're fighting for and the risk that you're taking. You're not coming out here if you're not here to fight for the cause. I think the day when you see a lot of your faces is day one. You feel me? This ain't no party shit.
I'll be in the car.
This is life or death shit. And I know a lot of y'all understand that. So when it comes to this mic, I want it to be only things about systematic change. I've been hearing about feelings for about 3 weeks. I am done hearing about fucking feelings. That is not going to change my systems. That is not going to get demands enacted. So what I would like y'all to do is to focus on the right things. We are going to have a soap opera box so that you guys may be able to express your feelings, so you guys can have some self-therapy. We will be doing that. But for this open mic, for this General Assembly where we need people to enact votes and we need to come up with demands that we can actually take to Congressmen, we can actually take to representatives of Congress, that we can take to the mayor. This is what this mic is for. I want that to be from now on, because we've been spending too much time talking about feelings. I know everybody hurt. I know it, trust me. But we can't keep focusing on feelings right now. We gotta focus on making change. Yes. And I want you guys to respect the mic. Please stop yelling when people are on the mic. It is very rude. There are no children out here, right? You guys are not in fucking high school, at least some of y'all.
Alright, I see your comments.
This should not be happening. You guys are grown fucking women and men. Respect the fucking mic when you're up here. Alright? So, again, if you guys want to enact and use your constitutional right to actually make some changes, take your tents, take your stalls, and go to the precinct. That's how you do it. And again, if you have a personal issue with me, do not interrupt me. We can talk about it personally. But again, this is for systematic change, and right now, if you want to keep doing that way, your existence will not mean shit to me. You need to talk to me like an adult.
But there's a lot of smoke.
Under control. Hey, real quick, wave your hand if you remember me. Wave it high. Wave it high. Thank you. All right, cool. Again, for you guys who do not know me, my name is Malcolm. I don't know what all that was about, but again, this has been going on. This division, it has to stop. Stop is all about love and unity. Stay with me. Love and unity. Love and unity. Yeah. Listen, you guys have to understand, for us to really move forward, we have to get organized. We have to get organized. Listen, ma'am. Okay, again, listen, you guys, I'm not trying to cut this lady off. Hold up. I'm not trying to cut this lady off. I've been here since day one. She's been here for 4 days now. Okay? She's coming up here trying to tell me that we need to have a debriefing about what's going on or what happened. You guys know what happened. We don't need to talk about it no more. We need to move forward. Stop talking about it. Okay, sis, I understand this. So, because, okay, check this out.
I want people to be able to discuss this. This was a debrief. Malcolm, I set this meeting. Please get off your mic. I gave you a 2 o'clock for strategy, and you're gonna get it a time after. The fact of the matter is that I do strategic planning. I work in mental health, and there was a trauma. There's been several traumas sustained.
Told me that she gave me this time slot at 2 o'clock when I asked the people if I
You
could
picked the 2 o'clock. No one gave it to you. You chose it. Let me speak. You got to speak from 2 to 3. Let me speak from 6 to finish. We have 1 hour. Sugar Bear, this steer here paid for this mic. We organized this mic. Malcolm, you're silencing me, please. You're silencing me, Malcolm. Malcolm, you're silencing me.
I had no problem with her speaking at all. I came and said a few things. No, until I clean my message, you guys are crazy. This is the problem. Again, we got people coming out here like her, coming out here to try to push their own message and their own agenda. Stop pushing your own message and your own agenda. That's all I'm going to say, and I don't care about this circle. I've been out here since day one, and I'm getting tired of people coming in who don't know nothing about CHOP, who don't care about CHOP, trying to get on the mic and influence the people of CHOP. I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting tired of it. And I stand up. And I'm a black man, so don't ever tell me I'm trying to silence a black woman. This space was made for both of us.
I'm sorry, but if we're here for Black Lives Matter, let's get one thing straight. The police are not the only fucking problem. The whole goddamn thing is the problem. So somebody should be giving black kids to the fucking 6 years. That's another form of state violence to black and native people. So why are we sitting up here giving this to the goddamn state? If Black Lives Matter, you should not be seeing any black person. You should not be calling the police to the cut free fucking zone. This place is a goddamn mess because we got no analysis. That precinct should not be fucking standing right now. It should not. It should be burnt down to the fucking ground. But we're sitting here playing hide and can't get rid.
Black women, black men are fighting each when it shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be that way. And so anyway, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. Black people coming together.
We've got multiple people speaking right now.
So then why are you here? Well, you're saying like these people are women.
I'm sorry, but assuming that this white person not here as an ally is bullshit.
Stop's over. This is the last chance. This is the last chance to stop. Let's get some goddamn organization. Okay? This is the last shot. It's not. No more.
So right now we've got a lot of different voices. Looks like no one's on the loudspeaker. All right, here we have one.
Everyone here, me and the other black women are meeting apart. I see that. The talk was already started. We're going down to the west. If you guys want to join us, have a story, but we need to be moving. So any of y'all, we need white bodies. We need allies. If any of you guys want to go, we're going to be on time. And it starts at 7, but let's say 7:15 because things aren't going yet. But if y'all want to come down, come down. You'll get our demands back. Sitting at CHOP, you aren't getting demands back. If there should not be white bodies sitting at CHOP, you are not doing anything here. You're mobilizing in a place where you're not doing anything. So if you want to come support some black women, you can come down to 10th and Pine and march with us to continue to get our demands back. We're going to speak, but we're going to have speakers. So yes, we will.
So it sounds like there's gonna be another march to the West Precinct like last night.
Ask a couple questions. You guys good with that?
Hey everybody. My name is Brian. I'm new here, but so are you. The volume. Is that better? They told me to hold it like an ice cream cone, like you're eating an ice cream cone, and that's how you get the best sound out of it. So I'm not going to tell you what to think. I'm just going to ask a couple questions, just food for thought, get your mind stimulated, get the brain going, because when you start to think, you start to take the power back for yourself.
I know we saw something a little while ago.
What do you see in the future for the communities that are currently being oppressed? We understand we don't want to be oppressed any longer.
Multiple speakers again.
What do we see for ourselves in the future? You know, a lot of people bring up Martin Luther King. He had a dream. Martin Luther King had a dream. We need some strong leaders in the community.
Alright, so we have a speaker over here
How's everybody doing today, man?
and someone in the middle talking.
Mistreated? Frustrated? Anybody else? But this is bullshit. If y'all really about Black Lives Matter, we should be every day. We're not marching right now. I know people say it's a party, but it's not about that. It's about growing yourself. Everybody out here, God's watching us, man. We gotta move forward. All this violence and inciting stuff, you don't need it, bro. It's in your heart. When you meet somebody, it's in your heart. And that's the fucking point. Plant the seed. That's all you have to do. I don't care 1, 2, 3, 4. You have it. You have it. So don't lose your faith, bro. And for real, all this bullshit, all this cult shit, that shit needs to end. It's all love, man. One love. One love.
How is everybody doing? My name is Kedrick Tembo. I am from Africa. I came in this morning from Louisville, Kentucky to stand with you guys. But I'm a preacher. I'm a child of God. And I got the answer. So I want to pray for you guys. I want to pray for the situation. I don't understand so much. I'm told there was a child that was taken away last night. I know people are hating, people are crying. But what do you do? Where do you take your cries? Where do you take your tears? I'm not big enough for you to cry on my shoulder. There's only one man, one person that we can cry to, and his name is God Almighty Jesus. Hallelujah. So I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray that God will give us peace. God has a voice. The name of Jesus is above every other name. His voice is above every voice. His voice is only healing that can heal our situation.
You're not coming with us.
And I'm going to pray. Hallelujah. Jesus, we call upon you. Jesus, we honor you. Jesus, we declare you Lord in this land. Jesus, we declare that your name is above every other name. Jesus, we pray for that child that was taken last night. We pray that you protect the mother, you protect the child, you protect these people, you protect us, oh God. Bring that freedom in the name of Jesus. Jesus, we bless you. Jesus, we call upon you. We cry unto you. You are the one that heard the cries of your people. Hear the cries of the people today. In Jesus' name, amen and amen.
Okay, we're gonna have a new rule here. You get 2 minutes on the mic. If you're a person of color, you get 3. So everybody can speak if they want to. Okay.
Alright, so
you got 2 minutes.
For those of you who couldn't tell, someone with a loudspeaker was organizing marchers who have now made their way, I think, out of Cal Anderson Park this way and heading on that same route as last night or something along the same route to the west precinct of the Seattle Police Department downtown. I'm going to stay put here.
This is on God's word. This is God's agenda for justice, for equality, for this violence to stop. I just want to pray. I'm going to take 10 seconds to pray for you guys. But I want you to know, there's a group of people over here. If you've got pain in your body,
I will. Again, it's my job.
So it looks like the mic has been cut in the
Hey,
center of the circle.
I feel like we need a referee to moderate the issues we're having in terms of people talking over. I don't need a microphone. So what I see right here is we need to have someone who is not speaking. Someone standing right there who says, hey, this is going on, go on. We need to and not dominate the conversation. I'm worried. Where are you going with my
Yeah, he is saying we need a referee.
white people? We're calling these guys are calling us crazy. Hey,
So definitely some miscommunication here at the moment. And I'm just gonna sit here and film.
hey. I'm done.
So we've got people arguing with each other in a couple different locations.
And you're falling apart. Huh? Nope. Everybody all fucked it up. I'm taking my shit going home now. I heard that black woman speak. Well, then go for it. Hey guys, I just want to share a quick thing. Really quick. And I just want to bring peace to the situation. I just want to bring peace to the situation right now. I want I grew up in the city of Detroit, and my life was very broken. My parents got divorced. I had so much depression that I was near suicide, and I was literally contemplating my life. One day, there was
So it sounds like there's some brewing division over religion and specifically Christianity.
Hey, let's keep religion out of it. Keep respect each other.
Who's the man in the orange coat?
Standing up for human rights, not religion. Please respect each other. Please talk individually and don't use the platform here. No, it's not about your religion.
Annabelle. A bunch of people are saying this guy in the orange coat is famous. Who is?
Orange coat? I thought Cameron Diaz was here. So
Let's go try to track him down. I don't know if these are trolls or real, but as the Black Lives Matter chant gets going. So there's a Black Lives Matter chant and one or two people screaming out as let's see if we can get an interview with this man. Can you hold, please? So let's see if I can have a conversation with this guy.
Down here, when we come to unite, come to purpose, come to even educate or learn, fear but not take. To understand what we are here for, there's a purpose behind this fight for what's right. And this is love. This is what love
Hold on.
looks like.
I'll pursue the interview in a moment.
Video and things, spread it to the world, the truth to down here, which is love and trying to build. This right here is unity, y'all. We will not stop fighting. Thank y'all.
All right. I see him, and I'm gonna try to talk to him right now.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well done, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate that.
Excuse me. Hi. I've come out here and I was told by a bunch of people that I need to find the man in the orange coat. And I think they're talking about you.
Did they also say blue hard hats?
They might have said blue hard hat also.
Well, what can I do for you, sir?
I just came here to check it out, and I do a little YouTube stream.
Oh.
And I'm showing people what's going on in Chop, and my audience seems to be saying that you're the man who's
You're looking for Brad?
who knows what's going on. You're Brad?
Yep, I'm Brad.
Would you mind popping on for
Not a
a few
problem,
moments?
sir.
All right, thanks a lot. So no hard hat for the interview.
Oh, I'm just taking it up to get a scratch on.
Okay, hard hat back on. So we're Brad is your name, right?
Well, that's what they call me online. I go by Rage Brew.
Rage Broom.
Brew, as
Brew.
in brewing coffee.
And how'd you come up with that name, or who gave you that name?
I took it from a video game called Dwarf Fortress. It's got a story to it, and if you want to learn it, I can tell it to you, but that's for another day.
Is there a brief version of the story? Or if you'd like to, you've got
Well,
you've got the floor if you'd like to.
Dwarf Fortress is a game where you take 7 dwarves, go off into a random location, and establish a fortress. I decide to settle in a horrifyingly evil swamp full of the undead. All of my 7, except for one guy, died off, and for 3 years in game, he survived with nothing but a copper axe and a determination to live. And I respected him for it, so I took his name.
Interesting. I never would have guessed that. How long have you been out here at Chop?
This will be day 9 for me. I took a 2-day hiatus after day 6, but all work and no play makes Rage a dull boy. And my cat missed me, so gotta take care of the kid.
What's your role here at Chop, or what brings you out here, and what do you do?
I'm Gatewatch. I sit up at 13th and Pine and make sure that the alt-right rejects don't sneak in. Because, we've had shootings, and there have been those boys driving around in flatbed trucks, holding guns, just looking for a weak point to come in and do a drive-by. And that's what we're trying to prevent. Because if someone's gonna die, it'll be me. So the others down there can run away.
Sounds very brave of you. I mean, considering what's happened the past few nights.
When you become a guardian, you say, I will die for you. I'd rather not, but, well, someone has to do it.
Did you witness any of those shootings?
No, I have not. All of the shootings have taken place down at 10th and Pine because that is the easiest access route to Broadway. But at 13th and Pine, it's got a great hill that if you wanted to go really fast, you could go really fast down it. Or a nice sniper position if you knew how to sight in a rifle. Damn it. Worked. Oh, that's why. Oh, any other questions?
Yeah. So over your time here, as security? Has it generally been peaceful? Were these 2 or 3 shootings, or maybe slightly more, anomalies, or what's it been like in general?
They've been ramping up. More folks know what we're doing here, and people who object to what we're doing would rather shoot us than talk to us. That is my greatest hope, sitting there. As you know, this lily white ginger motherfucker, those Proud Boys would hop out and instead of shooting at me would try and rally me to their cause and get me on their side. Well, that's a horrible idea, because I used to be a Nazi. 100% used to be a neo-Nazi. Nowadays, no. I've changed my life, and I figure I can change there. Busy boss, I'll get to you later, okay?
So, is it your belief that Proud Boys or other alt-right people were behind the shootings?
A couple of them. The other ones were sparked off a gang war between a couple of folks, because, you know, we let anyone who wants to walk in here walk in here. The only thing we try and restrict is driving traffic, because that's where the drive-by comes from. But 2 gentlemen were playing some cards, one started to lose, a fight broke out, and someone wound up dead. And from that point, there's a blood feud going on between individuals in organized crime. And it is happening right outside our gate. Thankfully, though, they don't see us as the enemy. They're actually, you know, patrolling the outer edges, making sure that we have an easier time in here. I wish they didn't have to. I wish they didn't need to, you know, turn to a life of crime to make do, and that's what we're trying to achieve here.
So they are the people engaged in this blood feud?
Yes, I believe it is, well, I'm going to respect them. I'm not going to mention the names that I was given, but there are individuals in a gang who are having a turf war right outside our gate, and I just hope it doesn't bleed into us.
And is there any connection between that turf war, because I didn't understand you so clearly, and the shooting that turned out to be fatal, or are those completely unrelated?
That is 100% the link to it. The night the shooting happened, that happened. And then the next night, a large group of armed individuals arrived to 10th and Pine to partake in a morning vigil where they blasted off a lot of fireworks. And the other night, we were told that they have now gone about the area and are protecting their territory. Because this is a city, gangs exist in cities.
And you think that it's alt-right guys involved in these gangs? I'm still not so clear about that.
The alt-right rejects are their own thing. They're a bunch of privileged white boys who worship guns and think black people are the worst thing to ever happen to civilization, and they all need to die because they're a bunch of racist retards. And I'm actually kind of thankful that we have the gang members sitting around the outside, because they scare off the Proud Boys, because, oh, that's a lot of people with guns. Let's go the other way. Because the alt-right, the only weapon they really have is fear. They use guns to scare people, because they don't know the gun. They worship the gun. I learned gun safety at 5 years old, and I know guns. They are a tool simply for killing, nothing more. But the alt-right rejects don't understand that.
You were mentioning that you yourself previously were alt-right or a similar ideology.
Back when I was a teenager, I live out in the sticks, out in Kitsap County, and the only friends I could get were a bunch of white supremacist fuck nuggets, and I would rather have had friends than not. But after I hit about 21, I dropped that ideology like a hot rock, because I want to be a good person. I want to be someone that anybody could love, because no one loves evil people. That's one thing they seem to fail to understand, is if you're evil, no one will love you, because you're fucking evil.
And what specifically made you come out to CHOP and get involved?
On the 30th, I took place in the Westlake Center Park protest, and I got my ass beat by police. I had pepper spray launched directly down my throat into my lungs, and that made it quite personal. well, yes, Black Lives Matter. And they need assistance. So I will render whatever assistance I can to make human life better. I would like to live in utopia. And to achieve that, you need to put your money where your mouth is and try to make it happen. Because a lot of people say, oh, it can't happen, it'll never change. The only way nothing happens is if nothing is done.
So what needs to be done to create utopia?
Well, we need to realize that we're all fucking human. All these invisible barriers that we throw up. Oh, you're this religion, you're that ethnicity, you're rich, you're poor. All these invisible walls we throw up that don't exist. They are imaginary. And I don't care your caste, creed, configuration, or coloration. You're human. That's all that fucking matters. And trying to teach people that is an uphill battle. But if not today, when? It's got to start somewhere.
What about the state of CHOP right now? Are people getting along? Are people not getting along? What needs to be done for CHOP to function like a mini utopia?
We need to have proper leadership. Yes, we do not have people in charge. What we need are people that others will follow. Because that's a leader. A leader is someone who does their thing and people go, I like what you're doing. I will follow you into battle. What we have are a lot of people who want to rule, who want to say, I know what's best, do what I say, or rabble, rabble, rabble. No, I'm just gonna do my thing, and if people agree with me, cool, I'll be a leader. I don't want to be a leader. I'd rather someone more competent do it. But if that competent individual doesn't show up, fuck it, I'll do it. Because I consider myself the leader of my position up at Nightwatch. Like, I know what the fuck I'm doing. But all of this, probably not. I hope there's someone more competent in there. But if they don't come out of the woodworks, I guess I will, as much as I'd rather not.
And then we haven't talked at all about the city. So the city's saying that it wants to shut down CHOP and retake
The city doesn't care about the people in here. All these nice concrete barricades they set up, you know the expression fish in a barrel? There's all the barrels. They want to push us in and restrict our area so it's easier for folks to drive through.
Maybe we could slide over. I don't want people to miss this point. All right, guys, the interview's not over. We don't want to get drowned out by the march.
Like, the city cares more about its property value than it does the people. They care more about the handful of people who are so inconvenienced by us being here that we need to leave because they're inconvenienced. The ultimate,
they being residents, business? No, I mean the people inconvenienced.
The city itself. And society itself. We're trying to change society to get people to give a fuck about your fellow man, not your fucking property. Because there are people who say, oh yeah, you broke a thing, you should die. It's just a fucking thing. You can make a new thing. You can replicate that busted out window, that burnt out car, anything that gets broken. You can't revive the dead. Once someone is dead, the entire universe of creation locked inside their skull is snuffed out. And it will never come to fruition. And people need to understand that. But they don't want to. Because they have been told, don't talk to strangers. Don't get to know your neighbors. Don't be with people. They are trying to convince the ubiquitous they, in control of the world, sitting on their fucking yachts on their yachts, and controlling people because they see us as tools to be used and abused and discarded when broken. And, well, people, wake the fuck up. Your thing is not worth as much as a human life, no matter what that thing is, because you can always make a new thing. You can't make a new person.
So what do you see moving forward, both from CHOP and from the city? Because they're bound to clash at some point.
With CHOP, again, leadership. We need folks who people will rally behind and listen to, because too many megaphones, not enough smart voices. Everyone thinks they've got the best ideas, and they're not willing to shut the fuck up and listen to people, because my opinion matters more. With the city, they need to stop giving a fuck about the property values, about their income, about all the money that is being lost because CHOP is here, and give a fuck about the people here. Give a flying fuck about the breadth of humanity that is going about trying to make the world a better place. But no, they want their fucking money. They want their quarterly reports to be fancy and nice and in the green, because they only give a fuck about money, not people. Even though people are the ones who make money. You can't get productivity out of a fucking building. You get productivity out of a person.
Can these issues be resolved through negotiation?
No, it can't be resolved through negotiation, because a good negotiation leaves both sides kind of okay with what it is. And I won't be okay with the world as it is until we fucking change it. Until we improve the quality of life for everyone. Where we get humanity to a point where there is no want. Well, there is no need. Where everyone is fed, clothed, housed, has clean water, has medical aid, has everything they need to be happy. Because people are not happy. People are content. They go, well, this is as good as it's gonna get, why try anymore? It's just too fucking hard to be better, to be happy. Well, anything worth doing is hard. So, do the hard thing for a fucking change.
Are you and fellow residents and participants in CHOP willing to stay put here, even if the city threatens to use force, or if some people agree to some deal with the city?
The protesting will continue until the nation improves. I am sleeping in the driver's seat of a Chevy Suburban that is uncomfortable as fuck, because I need to be here. I need to be ready and able to assist at a moment's notice if someone needs me. I have taped up on my window, wake if need. And I can't help if I'm back in Kitsap. I can't jump out of my car and take a bullet for someone if I'm out in Kitsap. And if the police want to come back in force and try and evict us all, you couldn't evict us with your fullest might. We have taken your citadel, and you are running out of supplies. The only thing the city has left is fear. And I am more angry than afraid, because I am tired of being afraid. I am tired of worrying about, oh, don't let them get your identity, don't let them ticket you, don't let, be afraid, be afraid. No, fuck you, I'm angry. I exist on a mixture of spite and anger, and more people need to get fucking angry about the world they live in instead of just fucking deal with it. If you want to deal with it, do something about it, instead of just sitting there doing fucking doll. To all you folks watching, how can you help? Literally anything. That's all you have to do. Literally anything. You know you best. You know your certain array of skills that can provide assistance to making the world a better place. Apply those skills, whatever they are. I'm a goddamn blue-collar worker. I worked in earthquake retrofit, I worked as a burger flipper, I worked as a window chip repairman, I worked as a traffic flagger. And here I am, putting my skills to work. If the police come back, I'm telling folks, give me PVC pipe, duct tape, and foam noodles, and I can make you riot shields. Because it works. It really does. And I would love to show people just how effective they are, but I have yet to get those supplies because no one fucking believes me.
Will people stand with you if you get the supplies and you build them riot shields?
I mean, if I could get a shield wall worth of shields, I would show people how to do a shield wall. Because I'm also a Ren Fair nerd. I have spent 14 years pretending to be a knight. Might as well put that practice to work.
I don't know if that's going to come to fruition. If it does, not that I want there to be any violence, but that sounds like it'd be quite a sight to see.
Now, I don't want violence either. I want peace. For everyone. And people seem to think that peace is impossible. That conflict is basic human nature. No, basic human nature is working together. We are a tribal species. We work best when we are together. And invisible divisions. Oh, you're a white guy, you're a black guy, you're Hispanic, you're whatever the fuck. Invisible divisions. No, you're a fucking human. That's it. And if you can't accept that, I think you're a bad person. And you really need to reevaluate your life.
Anything else you'd like to say to those tuned in and to the world at large?
Fucking do something. Anything. Stop sitting around just stagnating and being content. Stop being content. Find out how to be happy. Because if you're happy, the world would be a better place. That'd be it.
All right, Brad, you have a fascinating story. Thank you very much and best of luck with your difficult job here.
My pleasure, sir, and thank you for doing the interview.
You're welcome. Oh, one more time. It was
Rage Brew.
Okay, Rage Brew. Or Brad. Okay.
Well, I'm Brad to the folks who are watching the live stream up at 13th and Pine because they didn't know my name, so they gave me one. All right, I'll be Brad. Here's my actual name, but if you want to still call me Brad, cool. I like nicknames, especially if they're not offensive ones.
All right, you got it. Rage Brew, Brad, whatever you want, you got it. Thank you very much.
Folks, have a good day. I got to get back to my position.
Well, guys, as Brad walks off and show you we're in a little bit of a what would you just we're in a parking lot with some murals right beside across the street from Cal Anderson Park and around the corner from a barricaded entrance to the shop. And I guess I gotta say thank you to you guys for pointing out Brad or Rage Brew, because he's had more to say than anyone else I've spoken to here this far. And I found that to be very interesting. I hope you guys did as well. Now, I'm gonna plug. Yeah, I think I can take this out. Can you hold it for a second?
What?
I'm just rearranging my battery pack. No, I don't care. All right, so let's take a look at Cal Anderson Park. I know a protest march is underway. We could catch up with it. What do you guys think? Should we walk around the park and chop, as we've been doing thus far on the stream, or should we try to catch up with the protest march, which unfortunately we don't have a scooter or a vehicle with us at the moment to get to. Things pretty calm right here. We walked away from the nightly meeting. Some burgers are being flipped. We walked away from the nightly meeting where there was a lot of argumentation going on. A lot of people talking over one another, disagreeing on many matters. That was all taking place here. I don't know what all that you guys could take in, but you probably got the gist of it. Now there's a march in this direction to the West Precinct where we were last night. Would you want to see something like that again? I mean, I guess we could end this stream and start a new one, or we could continue work around chop.
Maybe to the, I don't know, do they want to go to the walk, to the protesters, or should we go to the farm?
I'm monitoring the comments. Like, one person is adamant, stay here. I saw another stay here comment. Is processed. It looks like more people would rather I stay here. We stay here. So let's do. All right. Annabelle wants to take another look at the garden that's on the other side of the field here at Cal Anderson Park. All right, we'll walk over there and we'll try to talk to more people, but I can't promise you that you're going to get more in-depth interviews like that one. Most people have not had nearly that much to say to the camera. There could be action again at the protest march. For those of you who weren't tuned in last night, The protest march went to the West Precinct, where I believe they're headed right now. And then afterward, it went on to the I-5, big freeway that goes right through Seattle. For that matter, goes through a whole bunch of cities in multiple states. And that did get intense last night when we were on the freeway. I don't know if that's going to happen again. But for now, we'll stay at CHOP. And we'll try to speak to more people. For those of you who haven't been tuned in much over the past couple evenings, it's not cool here to walk up to tents and start filming. But nonetheless, we'll try to talk with people. And Annabelle wants to take a look at the gardening again. The gardening that's going on right here. Did you want to ask people about the gardening or what?
I don't know. I just wanted to see how it looks here.
All right. Well, why don't you talk to the audience?
Okay. Hi. So this is the entrance here of the living community. As you see here, a lot of tents. Last night they had a fire and a barbecue in the middle. And this is a community garden. It means everybody can plant wherever they want, and everybody can harvest whatever they want. So sharing is a huge thing. I don't know if you want to see what they are growing. Yesterday I talked to somebody that it's probably not enough food for everybody because they started to plant very late this year. And yeah, so now there's only a little bit basil and oops.
All right, keep going. Keep going.
Okay. So yeah, what you can see is here peas, but they are not ready to harvest yet.
So we got basil, we have peas.
What else? We have here's a lot of lettuce. And let's go in the middle because there's a bigger garden area.
And you can see there are a lot of tents here, but I don't want to film inside these tents.
So this is the other garden area. They surrounded it by a little fence and some art what they put all over. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe you want to show them the garden. This is for everybody here. Everybody can share it. There's an area in the middle where people can communicate with each other, talk with each other.
I don't think I got you. We're talking about the garden. As you can see, it's just very common here for people to request not to be filmed.
Okay.
Anything else about the garden?
No, I don't think so. There's flowers, I don't know.
All right,
That's it.
let's head back into the center of CHOP. You can see an ACAB sign. Yeah, I'll try to talk to various people. I will try to promptly download the video and save the interview after I'm done with this stream and after the stream is processed on YouTube. You can see Hugo House. This looks like a residential building with a sort of boarded up entrance and boarded up windows saying Black Lives Matter. CHOP has not emptied out. There's still plenty of people here. I think a lot more people stayed than went on the protest march. This is where we finished the interview with Brad. Or Rage Brew.
Took him away from me. It's everything I've ever. I haven't seen my dog for almost a month, and I got this one.
Oh, here's Brad again, talking with a few people. License plate. Don't get any shot for the license plate.
I literally didn't take any pictures of any license plate.
There's just a lot of concern here with people filming. People's Assembly. Here's Rage Brew again. See some feet hanging out a window of a minibus.
Did you get sushi, Robbie?
And I'll head up to the intersection of 12th and Pine and try to find some people to speak with.
Yeah, come on, let's go to the training day. You know what I'm saying?
Here we are again at the abandoned East Police Precinct, located at the intersection or right by the corner of 12th Avenue and East Pine Street. Excuse me. Oh, so sorry about that. I've got a stream going and I'm just asking people what brings them out to CHOP, and if they'd like to say anything about CHOP, would you be interested in coming on?
Who are you and what are you streaming on?
I'm streaming on YouTube. My name's Josh Friedman and my YouTube channel is my name.
Sure, that probably answers a couple of questions.
Okay. What brings you to CHOP and how long have you been here?
Off and on since June 2nd. Saw my neighbors in need, and instead of sitting around, got back out. But I've been marching and protesting right in these streets for almost 20 years. Actually, 20 years. Started with WTO. I've been being a body in the BLM marches and stuff for years since they became a thing. I'm tired of seeing people die for no reason. I'm sick and tired of people not getting due process, not getting the justice system we should be having for everybody. I'm tired, I'm pissed off, and I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Where have I heard that before?
Right?
Other than network. But I found it very interesting that you say you were part of the WTO protest here.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that experience and maybe how it impacts what's your perspective on what's going on now?
I was fresh out of high school. It was my first real experience with any kind of major political movement, much less getting in the streets, and it was kind of eye-opening to see the rest of the world from a street level, and then have it very quickly covered in gas. And it was very chaotic, very traumatizing to go through a lot of that stuff. But it started a trend where we wouldn't win battles on the ground. We would win battles in court later on. We would, things came after the fact. We've never done something like this. In fact, I don't think there's been but a handful of times in U.S. history where a police station has been taken by the citizens. I think WTO started a trend in the protest movement about adopting tactics. It became less people outside marching, yelling and screaming in the face of cops. You fast forward 10 years to Occupy, and suddenly you have people start adopting police tactics, you know, body armor, stuff to protect themselves, counter strategies. That all begin, you really start seeing it happen in WTO. You know, that's where it first kind of pops up, and then it slowly evolved over the next 10 years. And then in the last 10 years, what the Hong Kong riots and everything that's going on, we're seeing a massive shift in paradigm. As protesters, what we need to do, we can no longer just come out and be passive bodies. We have to be active combatants. And it's really sickening to kind of have to say that in America in 2020. But I said something on a Occupy stream years ago. They talk about a civil war. The Civil War's been going on for a really long time. Our guns and cell phones, our tanks, our laptops. The digital sphere is now where we fight that battle, as you know. That helps spur the energy to create this. Does that make sense? I've been a little digi-fluff.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to start getting to the digital sphere, because, I mean, Occupy, I wasn't at Seattle, but I was at a couple Occupies, and it was a very physical movement, as is this, and I haven't seen so much social media action by the protesters here, but maybe I've been missing that. I don't know.
Hi, people. In the digital sphere.
Take your time, take your time. No rush. We've got all day and night.
No, with like with Occupy, Seattle ended up becoming a major, tech hub for that communication. We started developing the comm systems and the way we communicate as a community, as people trying to change the world. How do we get our message out? How do we unify the message? How do we make it have the most impact? And then how do we bring that into the physical world? Obviously, key component of that is mass. As much space as you can, have as many people as you can. We've seen protests around the world get larger and larger and larger because we have instantaneous communication around the globe. So you have more people getting the message and getting out and being active, not just passive. So, yeah.
Back during WTO, did you notice agent provocateurs?
I was too young to really understand what was going on. I mean, I was 18, and those kind of concepts hadn't really approached my mind. There was the anarchist movements, that were talked about a lot. That at the time I couldn't have told who was who. Nowadays, you've seen those entities evolve and change in their own right, and they've been assimilated and absorbed by other larger entities. And you see something like this where they start crossing barriers. There's a lot of anarchists out here practicing the philosophy of anarchism instead of the chaotic, active notion of it, where they're law without oppression, law without chaos, law on the street by the people. Is the philosophical idea about it. You see the tribes have come out to support the movement. You see so many white communities, the donation support, all of the stuff you see here is donated by communities and neighboring communities. So that wasn't really something that was going to happen in WTO. It wasn't going to really be something that could exist back then, but it planted the seed where we started saying there are these other entities, these other bodies, and maybe we can bring them into the fold instead of treating them as outsiders and enemies. And I get back to that whole campaign thing. Start getting on digital, start taking onto their web, start talking to them. Pretty soon, they're out here pitching tents and camping and helping out and feeding people and not rioting or looting or just causing property damage. Now, with what happened May 30th, May 31st, the looting and the rioting downtown, I wasn't here for that. Nor would I have done that, but I'm not into the destruction. This is cool. I'm okay with that. Like, That's fine. You know, you see a lot of beautiful art around. That's cool kind of stuff. All right. But the whole notion that it was protesters. No, you saw the protesters get out of the way. You saw when you had those people breaking into buildings and stuff, they were not obviously protesting. So we started talking about agent provocateurs. Police have been infiltrating protests and movements since the 1950s and 60s. Infiltration is an old notion as far as being an activist goes. Veteran, grizzled activists keep an eye out for infiltration. They know what to look for.
So you think that's been a part of the looting and rioting this go around? I mean, I guess nationwide.
Agent provocateurs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was actually what it was. It wasn't the protesters, but there was one of the nights out here where somebody crossed the front line, started throwing stuff over the front lines, and you saw all the peaceful protesters get down. Got out of the way, left those individuals standing there to be exposed as individuals, not part of it. And that was really cool. I've been wondering where that's been for 20 years. So we're getting better at identifying that thing and trying to weed it out. Thus we can have a peaceful event like this, a peaceful place like this. You can have a couple hundred people marching out of, you know, like they're doing right now. So the evolution of things, it's a lot more powerful than it. WTO's planted the seeds, and this is where we're seeing these trees start to come to fruition.
Have you spent nights out here?
Not in a couple of weeks. You know, you got to go home, let the body heal. But I did spend a few nights out here at the beginning of June. Mostly I was in a spot just off the perimeter, so I could quickly, you know, get down here and take something. For the most part, the nights were peaceful until this last weekend. Today's my first day back from recovery, so I missed the tragedy this past weekend. That's city life, one. I mean, you know, there's been a lot of shootings out in this area over years, over decades, that don't get this kind of media traction.
In the neighborhood, you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is fucking, sorry, pardon my language.
No, you can say whatever you want. It's the whole channel's demonetized anyway.
We're not that many blocks from downtown Seattle, you know. This is still basically inner city. There's always violent crimes that happen. There's people who are mentally, you know, ill who make bad decisions. There's people on drugs who make bad decisions. There are people who just want to see the world die. Another movie quote for y'all.
So you don't think it was instigated by members of CHOP or people participating in CHOP?
No, the violence has not been a part of this movement. And honestly, in all the years, violence has never been a part of the movement. Usually, it's somebody young, dumb, full of cum, makes a bad decision, and everybody pays for it, and we all end up fighting. And unfortunately, it paints the movement in a bad light. It paints every movement in a bad light. But you go with the argument of, well, if there are good cops, well, then shouldn't there be good protesters, right? Not all cops are bad, not all protesters are bad. So the argument goes.
Annabelle, you've got a question?
Yeah, so I have a question for you. So basically, it's the idea to live off the grid in a self-sustainable life, right, in this community?
Maybe not so much off the grid,
Yeah.
because obviously we're going to be a part of the grid. Like,
Well, no, it's not obvious. I mean,
right, and it's almost impossible to escape, you know, the internet and digital sphere and everything truly disappear. Like, you got to go out to the mountains.
No, I mean like more like, you know, not being with Edison, like creating your own energy.
I don't think we'll ever have the capacity to do that. Like you see, I'm sure there are generators around powering things. But this is more of taking back the cultural heritage. This area actually, before East Precinct was built here and set up here, this was actually a predominantly black neighborhood. I think it's a lot more about taking that back. And, you know, there's been a lot of, they talk about gentrification. There's the buildings here and everything. There are hundreds of black families that were pushed out of here, I think it was the 70s, and they started building all this up. I could be off on my dates and my history.
But do you think the police precinct going up here was the cause of the gentrification?
Oh yeah, it's usually one of the first signs. You're still an authoritative force to work on, you know, on behalf of those who have to take care, you know, push out those who don't have.
So what was in these buildings before?
That was a long time before my time. You know, a lot of them have been like they are, like you see these smaller buildings have been kind of like they are now. You know, they're mom and pop stores, you know, there's a few nightclubs, smaller independently owned businesses, stuff like that.
What do you think is going to happen moving forward? Is this going to get settled through negotiation, or are the police going to come in and it's going to be a matter of the city taking over with force?
If Durkin's smart, she'll sit on it and not do anything, and she'll wait for the movement to bring the proper people who can negotiate properly to get demands in. I think that's what she's waiting for. I hope that's what she's doing. If she's smart, that's what she should be waiting for. And keep waiting and waiting and waiting until it happens. Because most of these are young adults who have never sat at a business table and had to negotiate a contract.
Well, maybe that gives her a leg up.
We saw that with the meetings the other day, I think. She definitely used her experience. She negotiated in bad faith, it sounds like to me. I would like to see them get to the table and get this legitimized, turn this into a pedestrian-free zone, especially with all the nightclubs and the bars around here in the area. Should be really, you know, cut down on pedestrian vehicle accidents, cut down on, you know, car vandalism and stuff. Have people parking along every street, you know, Friday through Saturday, Thursday through Saturday, whatever it is. And also keep the tradition of keeping it, you know, cop-free would be an important part of legitimizing what's been done here. You know, not to say that there can't be police response to emergency or, you know, blocking out emergency response period, but not having a police precinct, not having police cars parked right in the middle of the road and parked all up along the side of the road like they are down at 3rd and Pine. Pine.
I'm getting confused with Pine and Pike myself.
Yeah.
We're getting some wind now, so it's going to probably get a little hard to hear. Any last things you'd like to say to those listening in or whoever watches later?
Ignore a lot of the mainstream media about what you hear about this place. Be very questionable about what the figures in authority are saying. If you want to know, ask people who are here. Get online, look for people who are speaking out, and, you know, absorb their messages, and also absorb the message of the movement. Stop killing. No more. Enough. And all that, be safe. Peace, folks.
All right, peace. Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
I don't know if I showed you some of the businesses over here earlier. We just had a discussion on gentrification, so maybe it's worth giving you a look at some of the buildings and surroundings, or businesses surrounding. So I showed you this stuff last night, and if the audio got bad at the end, I apologize. No, I'm not standing 12 feet away, but the audio can be challenging with the wind and sometimes how I'm holding the camera. So, oh, there's Rage Brew. Rage Brew. Oh, I didn't show him to you guys. There he is again. Looks like he's on patrol. Maybe not, but just kind of has that look as he walks through the intersection of 12th and Pine. What do we have here? A noodle bar?
No, he's going to get some food.
Oh, he's going to get food. All right. Taking a look at some of the businesses here. A noodle bar, I guess. and a bagel cafe. Do we have any word? Is anyone tuned into another stream? I don't know if there even is a stream. There might not be another stream of the protest march. And does anyone want us to try to go catch up with the protesters? Those who are marching, that is. What is this shop for business? I don't know, but it's boarded up. And I've showed you some of the other places around here earlier and last night. There's definitely been some contention between protesters and local businesses, though I don't really have a great grasp on what all the sentiments are for one another.
Anybody's interested, those are the hashtags that are using.
Talk about that later. You're very welcome, and that's what I intend to do. I intend to come out here and document on the ground, up close and personal, and let people speak and give you the opportunity to hear them out. And of course, show you what it actually looks like here. You can see merchandise being sold. A lot of Black Lives Matter shirts. I guess I Can't Breathe shirts as well. I think that's pretty common now at protests nationwide. What do you think?
I have no
The
idea
march?
what they are.
My guess is if we hurry to the police precinct, we'll still catch them there because they're giving speeches. But what do you, to the audience, what do you guys want? Do you want me to try to conduct more interviews here in CHOP, excuse me, or do you want to go catch up with the protesters? Yeah, I'm used to the action that comes with these protests. I'm used to the standoffs and the chants, the screaming, the moving around. But this is something new. All right, here's a little Mexican restaurant that is open, very tagged but open. As a helicopter flies overhead. BLM. Some people inside ordering food, but not many. Yeah, there's a helicopter. Oh, it's now circling overhead. Maybe we're gonna get word from someone tuned into a scanner about what this might be about. I don't have permission to walk into the businesses and film. I can come back here when I'm not streaming and try to speak with some of the business owners and then maybe get someone to do an interview or maybe agree to do one during a stream. What do you All right, let's stay here for the time being and try to speak with some more people. If someone has word exactly where the protesters are, and my guess is that they're at the West Precinct right now, then maybe we head over there. I think it's like a 20-minute walk. Seattle Police Department West Precinct. Let's see, maybe this guy will talk. Excuse me. I've got a stream going. I'm a YouTuber, a small YouTuber, and I'm just showing people what it's like here in CHOP and talking to people. Either of you interested in coming on?
Are you? It depends. What are you?
I'll ask you why you come out to CHOP. What do you do here? Are you a resident? What's your role?
I would,
Question.
by myself, not necessarily. The conversation is way too far developed. I was actually, I could finish talking to this guy.
Oh, sure thing.
When
When should I come back? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
I have no idea. I didn't even think we'd be talking for as long as we have been. I don't know. I don't know if your guys are kind of talking about.
It might be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I feel like the conversation may have reached a point where no further. I don't know how much further we can get in this particular.
Hold on a second, guys. We're about to do an interview.
There was something that we talked about earlier as far as the analogy.
So I'll give these guys a couple moments to finish up their conversation, then one or both of them will come on camera. But meanwhile, I'll just pan around Cal Anderson Park here. See a lot of people seated in little circles or one-on-one. You've got skateboarding in the skate park. Tent set up. Or maybe this guy wants to talk. Excuse me. I've got a little stream going. I'm a small YouTuber and I'm just showing people around CHOP and asking people what brings them out and what they do here. Would you be interested in coming on camera? All right.
The only reason why I'm here is because of the Black Lives Matter movement, and it doesn't only stand for black people. I mean, it's for everyone, because we're trying to make a peaceful movement towards bettering our country and our government, so people can feel more safe. It doesn't matter what type of color you are. I mean, all types of races go through some type of hatred, and we're trying to correct that. So Mexican people feel safe and they feel American, they feel part of this country. So black people feel safe and they feel secure and they feel part of this country also. And same with all types of immigrants and all types of people from wherever they come from. And also, we really want to show appreciation towards all the white people that are showing support towards the Black Lives Matter movement and towards the people that have been systematically oppressed and killed, and police brutality and all of that. So that's what the Black Lives Matter movement is all about, and we're really happy to be here, and we're really happy to just be a part of the movement.
So since I'm still pretty new here, is BLM at the core of CHOP? Like, is CHOP fundamentally a Black Lives Matter protest that's become an organized protest and somewhat of a zone, whatever you call it?
Black Lives Matter was apparently the start of the protest, but eventually it became a sort of protest where it was like we the people. So we the people are trying to create a better government, a better community, and better I don't know how to explain it, but I guess
society.
Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, bro.
guess-
That's not my.
I guess
That's not my role.
a better society, yeah, for everyone. You know, just like I said earlier, like people from all races are going through a lot of shit.
What's some of the shit that you might be going through here in Seattle, or someone else? Not necessarily you.
I've gone through a whole bunch of bullshit through the Seattle Police Department, and before that, I came from Minneapolis, Minnesota, where I also went through some bullshit. But I was born in Atlanta, Georgia, but then I was too young, so I didn't really go through anything that really hurt me or anything. But when I was in Minnesota and here in Seattle, I've gone through a whole bunch of bullshit dealing with police and dealing with the government. But hopefully, you know, I don't think it was that bad, and I don't think that it's hurt me that much compared to some people, because some people have lost their lives, and a lot of people have been brutally beat. A lot of people have been injured and gone through a whole bunch of shit way worse than I have. And so we're fighting for everybody's rights. We're fighting for everybody's society, everybody's community, everybody's peaceful state here in Seattle. That's what the Black Lives Matter has started as, but now it's like we the people movement.
Is this current moment in the Black Lives Matter movement more personal to you because of your ties to Minneapolis and Atlanta, for that matter?
Yeah,
it
it
seems
is.
like Minneapolis and Atlanta,
Yeah, it
along
is,
with
but-
right here, have been the focal cities.
Yeah, it is, but I also feel hurt for the people that have been way much more hurt than me. The people, like I said earlier, the people that have died for this cause, the people who have been arrested for this cause, and the Black Lives Matter movement started because of black killings and police brutality. So we're also fighting for those people too.
What about just generally in CHOP? What's it like to be here?
It's pretty mellow. Everybody's really loving. It's like I said, it's we the people, so everybody's really giving. Everybody's really nice. You know, people are really careful about what they do. Sometimes there is accidents where some people might maybe come by here drunk, or they might come by here screaming some other type of motive, but I'd say 99% of the people here are here for a peaceful, loving community, and they're supporting the Black Lives Matter.
So the violence that's been happening in the past few days, that's really not representative of
No,
what CHOP is like.
not at all. Those people are here for their own motives, whatever gang they represent or whatever type of movement that they're representing is not anywhere near the Black Lives Matter movement. As you can see, we had two meetings earlier, and there were two speakers that perfectly portrayed that all the people that were here with the shootings and the violence that's been happening these past few days, it has nothing to do with the Black Lives Matter movement. Those people are here on their own type of motive, whatever bullshit they're representing. It has nothing to do with the Black Lives Matter movement.
Anything else you'd like to say to people tuned in or whoever will watch this?
Just, if you live here in Seattle, I really hope that you guys really come support the movement. And if you're not in Seattle, I really hope that you guys support us on social media. I don't exactly know the website, but you can find us on Facebook and Twitter. And yeah, there's people all across the world that are ready to give you social media contact to support the Black Lives Matter movement.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have one more question. If this has the right hashtag, so just cut them.
Okay, so there's another interview, and I should have one or two coming up in a matter of moments.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had a lot of good content.
So the next interview is coming up. Just pointing the camera down momentarily. Or I guess I'll just show you a Cal Anderson Park look. You discover anything?
No, I just asked him, if those are right hashtags. What? Yesterday I gave an interview for somebody, Psych2556, and so the right hashtags for this movement are.
You guys have a good conversation with this guy right here. What do you guys hear?
Yeah.
Well, I'm from Germany, and we are doing a lot of protests, and I thought that everybody who wants to live off the grid and create a self-sustainable life.
That's very. I don't think that's the goal here for CHOP, because that's impossible. We're in the middle of Seattle. That's not it's very hard to do.
But, if they would create borders all over and just decide to build earthships instead of those type of houses, where you can filter your own water, where you don't need electricity, and
yeah, this is 3 weeks old, so maybe give it a few years, and we may be reshaping the buildings and what they're used for. But so are you? Did you come from Germany as well?
No. Do I sound German?
No, you didn't. But I didn't think that would exclude you.
No, it wouldn't exclude me. But no, I'm not German. We both came up from Los Angeles, actually.
I came up from Portland, so
we drove through.
We stopped there.
Yeah.
Of course.
Actually, we're heading back to Portland sometime soon. I don't know when.
Hey, dude, me too. I got work tomorrow morning, man.
Yeah, I feel you. I won't keep you all night in that case.
It's okay, yeah. Who's I guess more of the reporter?
I'm the reporter, dude. Although she's been helping out tremendously. Yes.
Did you guys come together? Or, okay.
Yeah, we were covering things down in LA, and I just kept getting lots and lots of comments saying you got to go to Seattle. So here we are, and maybe you can share with the audience what it's like to be here in CHOP.
Well, I'll say, just to be fully clear, this is my 4th day here. I came last week, Monday, Tuesday, spent the whole days here.
Is it okay when I double record you?
Yeah. I've been here last week, Monday, Tuesday, and then I've been here, it's my 4th day. So I can't speak to how it is all the time here. I can only speak to my experience here in 48 times 2, 96 hours that I've now been here. That's what I have to offer you. I have copious notes. I'm very interested part here.
Can I don't need to take a peek inside.
No, this is
I'm impressed. I haven't seen any of this kind of note taking yet.
Yeah, I had pretty specific intentions coming here, things I'm looking for. I'm kind of observing things around here. I've tried to be more of a background figure, but I've marched with the people here. I have been ready to force kind of resistance against the police if they were to show up. But I'm really here in more of a exploratory, observing type capacity.
What brought you out here? Why did you want to come out to begin with?
I am interested in these self-organized communities, these sort of like extra state type areas where people attempt to form a living situation that is apart from the laws, in this case the police, being that the police leaving was sort of the onus for the creation of this. Having read about similar situations occurring, such as in Egypt during the Arab Spring, where Tahrir Square was also sectioned off in Egypt as part of an attempted revolution that was successful in the end against the Egyptian leader. People likewise sectioned off this whole square in Egypt, and they made it their own. They made checkpoints, certain things were not allowed in there, and it was a stationary protest, sort of like this is right here. And it you know, it did not last. It was not permanent. But we can take lessons from it, and we can learn what they did that was successful and what was not. And I am similarly interested in how CHOP comes to be, how it is organized, how it is sustained, what it tries to be, and if it is accomplishing any of those things by my own observations. So I came as someone interested in the, broadly speaking, I guess the political structure of CHOP as it comes to be. And I have, yes, made certain decisions about the success or failure of it.
Could you share some of those insights into the successes and failures of it?
Well, I was hoping to find, maybe I was a bit too optimistic, because I was hoping to find more structures that weren't so visibly vertical in nature, in that there is a certain leadership that is here at CHOP that is opaque, and yet at once they are out here speaking, but they do not identify themselves as a person that is speaking for CHOP. And these are people, and there's a group of people that have been negotiating with the mayor. This is the group that negotiated the barrier that was built last Tuesday. And this group is not always known. We do not see who they are, and more importantly, the voices of everybody are not being included. So, on that point, it is a failure in one sense to create something that is, I guess, truly revolutionary in the sense of being a more horizontally structured form of decision making. That's what I came looking for. Pretty quickly did not find that. That is one finding.
So these leaders who you refer to as opaque,
yeah.
I guess they're not so visibly present here, although maybe they are to people here often. But are you saying that they are very decisive in what happens in CHOP, and they make a lot of top-down decisions for the CHOP community? Is that what you're saying?
See, that's a part of the problem, is it's hard to even know that, how involved they are, how often the discussions are going on, and what is being discussed. Even that, it is hard to know, and it's hard to say something concretely about. We can see the concrete results of some of that, but I cannot say that I have any idea how frequent the negotiations are happening and exactly who is involved, which parties are at the table, so to speak.
I caught the end of the meeting that was taking place over here. I don't know, was it like an hour ago, something like that?
Yeah, they tried to happen around 6 o'clock.
And I also caught yesterday's.
Yeah.
This evening it ended in a lot of arguments and people talking over one another. Is that an anomaly, or is that a problem that's a common occurrence here?
Well, I think again, I've only been here, this is my 4th day, so I wish I could say better how it has looked on Sunday when I wasn't here, or Saturday or Friday, these days when I wasn't here. But yeah, from what I can gather from people that were here when I was not, it has been a little more late, contentious and kind of fractious within the group itself. And yeah, when you do see people kind of arguing a little bit about what message is being put out to the speakers at the community assembly. We did see that yesterday. I don't know if it happened on Sunday. I can't say how recent it is, but my gathering is pretty recent, Monday and Tuesday. And part of it, I think, largely due to the fact that there was an expected police presence that was supposed to be here at 8 o'clock. Supposed to be, that's kind of what a lot of people interpreted from Jenny Durkle's press conference. They interpreted some things she said as police are going to come at 8 o'clock and force it. And see, even this is kind of, there's a little bit of debate, either enforce curfew or force CHOP to be over, or to just take back the East Precinct. There was a message being told, hey, they just want the precinct. If they can have that, we can stay here. And other messages, I think, were trying to center around, hey, they're coming. What are we going to do? We need to defend ourselves. We need to defend CHOP. So this, I guess, fear of police presence, I think, threw CHOP into disarray. And you could see that in the responses to the threat of police arriving. Like, I think it may have been a police strategy. I don't know how far they think into these sorts of things. But if it was, if it did predict that maybe that might be an outcome, I think, yeah, they've kind of gotten that to a degree. But I think it's also sort of backfired because you saw a lot of coalescing around the Eastern Precinct, the rearrangement of barriers and reinforcing of position and intent to stay. So yeah, it's complex. If there's one thing I've learned from observing, it's very complex and, boy, day to day changing situation. It's really hard to put a stamp on exactly what's going on because the next day it could be morphed and different.
Having studied revolutions and attempted revolutions, how do you see this playing out, or what are a couple of the possibilities? You already mentioned police coming in or possibly negotiating out by way of giving up the CHOP, giving up the precinct. What could you see happening?
Man, if I was better studied in the outcomes of...
Maybe we take a step over here because we're getting a lot of background screaming.
If I was better researched, more well-read into outcomes of past similar type movements, maybe I would have a better answer. But I think one thing we can say for sure is that all of them ended. Not all of them ended in a solidified and now ongoing existence of this outside community. So I would say it's not unlikely that Trump suffers the same fate in affecting this area as the dance of the city. Because that's, I guess, historically what's happened with these sorts of movements. But how long can it last is, something else entirely. Now with how nice it is, how easy it is to be outside in a space like this, summer may serve to prolong CHOP. But, I've been talking to the No Cop Co-op, and donations have seemingly dried up to an extent that water is low. Supplies of food are kind of running low.
What is the No Cop Co-op?
No Cop Co-op is how long have you guys been here?
We arrived yesterday evening.
No Cop Co-op, it originally was set up here in this intersection. It was a sprawling sort of project, and it was donated food, beverages, toiletries that were redistributed for free to everybody here at CHOP. And this is where I would go. For the days I've been here, I have just eaten here. There's free food offered by the No Cop Co-op, and I can go back and just grab a bottle of water. And that is a feature of CHOP, and that is something that CHOP is trying to make a reality. But it is now no longer just one big thing. They're putting kind of split up, and you have the No Cop kitchen, and you have the No Cop art stand, I guess, and the No Cop Co-op is telling me that some supplies are running low. So I guess more to kind of go back to what the end of this is. If the lady running or helping with No Cop Co-op is to be believed, water is something that's becoming more scarce. So something as simple as there not being readily available things to eat and drink, and people going back to their apartments and spending time in there in the air. You know what I mean? Like, there are different sorts of reasons why people could start sort of leaving CHOP, going back to their lives, because as sustainable as it's been for the past 3 weeks, that level of sustainability may not be sustainable. So yeah, I think there's that, and then also, yeah, the police could just come in and just forcefully take it back, which would be a bad look. I wouldn't think that they would take that choice. Of course, this is a very long-winded answer to the fact that I think CHOP's probably going to end in some way, shape, or form. Hard to say how, but the longer it goes on, I think the better.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You better.
So what's your YouTube channel?
It's Josh Friedman, which is my name. Annabelle Contrary.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Yeah?
Although I spent the past 5.5 years mostly traveling.
Do you attend any sorts of?
We're still rolling,
Okay.
by the way.
Am I live right now?
Yeah, we're live. Oh, I thought I said I was streaming. No, I'm the only one who's live.
I'm going to add in the video together, and then I'm going to put. Okay. So if you know, so yeah, I go to 31 countries in 1 year, and that's like because see what's going on.
Hey, no, I'd like to kind of do some of this.
Yeah.
Out there. You know, this is like my first. I'm very amateur for this sort of endeavor.
Well, this doesn't look amateur. I don't see anyone
This is a 99-cent plastic notebook.
Yeah,
the
but
contents may be immature.
But
I
who
think
else has note taking this in depth?
My methods are quite amateur.
And are you going to write a blog about it, or maybe a book?
I don't know. I came here not without any intent, but I guess beyond these sort of questions in my mind of how it's organized, but not really any thought to what would be the final outcome. In part because I didn't even know what I would find. I didn't know if I would.
I'm heading to the middle of the
Okay.
I didn't know if I'd end up writing anything.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're very welcome, man.
And best of luck with this endeavor. It's a very interesting one.
I just follow you.
Yeah, follow me over there. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I personally enjoy listening to what he has to say. He seems to come from a fairly neutral perspective, which there isn't much of here. But at the same time, I realize that some of you want the broadcast to continue on, head elsewhere, speak with other people, or maybe, who knows, film whatever I film here. Someone's saying he's a cool guy. I just think it's, as I was saying, interesting to get the perspective of someone who is coming here as more of a third party and evaluating what's going on. Right now I'm taking a look at some of the comments as I've got a little moment of downtime, just waiting for Annabelle to meet me over here. See some of the regular names and faces tuned in. Thank you very much, Joey and others, for tuning in. I did just momentarily, I saw the lady who was speaking a lot in this very circle, who may be one of the leaders, maybe not, probably is for that matter. I don't know where she just went. If she pops back into this circle area, this is the middle of the soccer field, then I'll try to interview her. Again, for those of you just tuning in, it's not so easy to talk to people on camera here. More often than not, people do not want to come on camera. But, oh, John's saying he missed the last hour after the Brad interview. Well, since the Brad interview, we've been doing more interviews. Showed you a bit more of CHOP, some of the buildings here. For the time being, there's no one around me. I really need breath of fresh air. Yeah, so showed you a little bit more CHOP, but we've mostly been doing interviews. We spoke with one man who I found to be very interesting, who said he got started protesting at the WTO protests here in Seattle, which in 2000, 1999, I forget exactly, and then he was part of Occupy, and he was comparing the three different protests or movements, the WTO, Occupy, and Black Lives Matter. Right here, right now, is CHOP. And I thought he had some very interesting things to say. Thank you, Susan. There is a march, so I didn't follow the marchers because it seemed like most people wanted to hear from CHOP residents or participants, and that's what we've been doing. Talking to people here for the better part of, I don't know how long it's been now, an hour or so. And I'm waiting for Annabelle before I resume with interviews because I don't want to lose her. Here, there's some music. There's a grill going on over here under these tents. I think hot dogs or hamburgers. Very calm at the moment. John, I just answered that question. I just told you what's been going on for the past hour. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm not seeing the comments in real time. That would be cool if this makes the history books, or maybe I need to make my own history book. And she's really lagging. I'm gonna just go grab her. Because I don't think you guys want me to just stand in the soccer circle all evening. Last night, Joey, we stuck around all the way till midnight. Did not stick around till 4:30 a.m. when apparently there was another shooting. But I don't know how late we'll stay tonight. No thanks, I don't drink beer. I'm a trendy gluten-free guy.
Oh, so you're gonna drink like cider?
If it's gluten-free cider. Most cider, from my experience, does have gluten. Yeah, if you offered me like a little airport bottle of wine, then I'd be hooked. Even though I'm live streaming right now, and I probably shouldn't do that. But
Are you like a vlogger or something?
I do vlogging. I'm basically a journalist who travels around the world. But
Oh, that's really cool, man.
you want to come on the stream?
Yeah, I'll come on the stream.
All right, I just need to make sure that the girl over there who's talking to that guy notices that I'm here, so I'm gonna be keeping an eye on her.
Okay, sounds good.
But yeah, why don't you tell me about CHOP and what you're doing here?
I'll be honest, like, I don't really know too much about it. I'm not even from here. This is my first time ever come to Washington or Seattle. I just drove up here on Saturday. I got here on 2 a.m. on Sunday to visit my friend Bryce. And
You're Bryce?
Yeah, he's Bryce.
Can you come on camera?
I live around here.
So you're from Seattle.
I've lived here for like 5 years, yes.
All right, you live in Seattle, and you're coming from where?
California. I drove up here. It took like 12 and a half hours. I just drove here on Saturday, and I got here at 2 a.m. on Sunday. I'm staying over at this guy's house, and I'd heard about this on the news and stuff, so I just wanted to check it out. It seems like kind of like a historical thing that's going down.
You're in a pretty similar position as I am.
Oh, really? Are you from California too?
I'm from Los Angeles. I drove up here from Los Angeles.
Man, that's even further. Yeah, but this is my first time here today. I've never been to this place before. I've only been in Seattle since Sunday.
How long have you been out here?
At the CHOP?
Yeah, CHOP.
Oh, I just came out here today. I've been here a couple other times. Just come out and hang out sometimes.
As like a chill spot to,
yeah, it's a chill
to
spot.
lay back, drink a beer, and watch whatever's happening,
Yeah,
or are you
exactly.
part of the protest movement?
I haven't gone to any of the protests in this part of town, but I live in West Seattle, and I went to a bunch of protests there.
And what were they like?
they were like pretty much any other protest I've been to, just a bunch of people like walking around, yelling, being pretty nice to one another. And we laid down in the street, which seemed funny because I feel like since quarantine's happened, I've been laying in my bed a lot. So it's like, this is like the quarantine protest where I'm laying on the street. And yeah, it was the second one I went to was pretty interesting because usually when you go to a protest, the cops will block off the streets, but the cops weren't there, so it was all volunteer ran who were blocking off the streets. It was like a couple people with bikes and people with like motorcycles would just go to the streets and block it off, so that was cool. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know, peaceful walking around, yelling slogans, stuff like that. Everyone wearing masks, which was funny and kind of nice.
A lot of people were asking me, because I was filming a lot of the protests down in LA, and a lot of people were asking me, is it because COVID, is it because the lockdown that so many people want to come out and blow off some steam?
Maybe, I don't know. I have partaken in a lot of protests, but these were definitely the biggest ones I have been to. Especially like if in the neighborhood I live in, it's pretty quiet, like single family homes. So it's pretty. To me, it was unusual that there were that many people there. Because I thought there would be like fucking 100 of us, and there ended up being like a lot, like probably 500, maybe 1,000.
What are your impressions thus far of Trump?
So far, I think it's been great. I mean, it was kind of weird because a lot of my friends were like telling me not to come here and stuff, and like, because I guess like somebody got shot really a couple days before this or something. Yeah, like right when I got here on the news, like somebody got shot, and I was like, I'm not gonna go there and like that. I wasn't really I was expecting that it would be like a really peaceful thing and not really that scary or anything. And it's totally fine. And I think it's really awesome. Honestly, it's great to see all the creativity and like kind of entrepreneurship and just like artwork and stuff. And we got here at 6 kind of by accident, but that happened to be like right when they were doing all the speeches and stuff over here. Because I guess it's like 6 is like it's like a black leadership, like talking thing that happens at 6 every day.
Yeah, I've seen it the past 2 nights.
Nice, yeah, and I saw this one, and it was really, I've never really done anything like that. It was really nice. They're just really passionate. Like one lady was talking about this child they got taken.
Yeah, maybe you could, because I only caught, and the audience only caught a tidbit of that. We heard that a black woman, 3-year-old, was taken by CPS, but didn't hear really anything else.
So it seemed like what happened was there was like some mother who was like just really messed up on some drugs. Some people were saying that she was drugged, but I mean, I'm not really sure. But basically, it was like this lady who was like really messed up, and she was kind of like wandering away from her 3-year-old, and one of the security workers here, I guess, took the lady to the hospital and child protective services, and then it kind of like started some like almost like infighting a little bit amongst the, I don't know, just like I'm not sure if it's like leadership or if it's just people that are like really involved here.
You mean what was happening here at the end of the meeting?
Yeah, it's like,
or maybe it was early in the meeting too.
Yeah, it was like some lady was really upset that this security lady, just kind of seemed like almost like a head security lady, like took the lady to the hospital and took the child to CPS because she had like some mental health training and was like, oh, like that lady was having a breakdown, and we shouldn't have brought these people to the institution because that's kind of like what we're fighting against here, So. Which I kind of agree with. Like, I don't know, I could kind of see both sides of it. It seemed like they both had good intentions, but I mean, in my opinion, I kind of feel like I kind of was more with the lady who thought that they shouldn't have taken the child to CPS and stuff, and like shouldn't have taken the lady to the hospital.
At the end of it, though, they would say like they're talking to one another.
Yeah, at the end they like you could see them like outside of the whole meeting they were like kind of working it out amongst themselves and stuff. So that was good. It seemed like they resolved their issues and stuff. Yeah, it was awesome. The other lady was talking about like this that they were gonna like occupy the precinct tonight or something. It sounded pretty crazy.
That was during one of the speeches tonight?
Yeah. They said they were gonna try to occupy the precinct or something.
Tear down the boards and go inside.
That's what they said, yeah. But they said that the police are allowed to use live ammunition, so like just being known that you're like risking your life if you like choose to do it with them or something. It's like what the like head security lady was saying. It sounded pretty intense.
I shouldn't have missed that speech.
I recorded on my phone actually.
Well, if you post it on YouTube or somewhere, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, no, it's really cool, honestly. I mean, this is my first time I've been here, so I'm like, whoa.
Are you secretly a YouTuber?
No, not secretly.
Not so secretly.
We're on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got this 24 pack around here. And I was just like, man, if I keep handing out beers and drinking
What
beer,
YouTube
maybe
channel are you?
Oh, yeah, what
It's my name, Josh Friedman.
Josh Friedman?
Yeah.
Cool, man.
I'm Romy.
I'm Bryce.
Hey, my name's Adam.
Annabelle.
You drink beer?
But not right now.
No? Okay, I was gonna offer you beer.
I turned down the beer. I said if it's got a little airport bottle of wine, then even on the stream I'd be obliged.
Do you want to have a beer?
No, I don't.
He said he can drink
I
beer.
don't want a beer.
I would have one
Yeah, no
now.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
So
Anything's allowed here in Anarchy.
apparently, I'll flip it around.
Oh,
Apparently, we missed a talk today during the 6 o'clock meeting in which one speaker was saying there's a plan to occupy the East Precinct building tonight.
Oh.
Well, at least that's what they said, right?
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
So, okay.
Did they say a time?
No, they never said a time.
And
I was kinda curious
did the
as
speaker seem serious?
Yeah, it seemed really serious. Yeah.
I was under the impression they were just gonna move all the tents to the outside.
Oh, is that what it was?
I wasn't really sure.
I thought well, they were specifically saying that if you're inside the precinct, they're allowed to use live ammunition.
Yeah.
So, and then they were talking about so you're gonna really be like risking your life if you do this kind of thing. You know, I mean, like that's what I like. You can also review my video and see exactly what it was, but yeah, I'm curious now. But like that's what I came away with from it, at least, you know.
I'd be a little surprised, but I didn't hear the talk
Yeah,
myself.
I'm not even sure how good the audio is on this one. I'm curious now.
Where's this thing?
Oh, that's not all.
Oh.
I just had an interview with this guy.
Oh
So
my
we're
goodness, did he say anything
we're
interesting?
pulling up
He is on the way back to
a
Portland.
recording of. Yeah, I don't know if this
Oh yeah.
occupation of the precinct is really a thing, or whether it's just gonna be people standing outside. Last night there was.
Yeah.
So what all did they say as you're listening to it again?
Yeah, you can just hold it like right up to your ear. It doesn't sound so bad.
Oh yeah.
And I doubt you're gonna pick it up. If you put it
Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna pick it up like that.
No, I'm more just being like.
But I'll take your word for it. Someone said
That's what it sounded like.
we don't know exactly what the plan is, but someone said
that would be-
they want to occupy.
Like no giving away spaghetti.
Yeah, we gotta back up and.
What are you guys up to, man? You're gonna keep
Well, I'm on the stream, so it's hard for me to hang out in a circle because then there's cross traffic and no one can pick up what's going on. Otherwise, I'd be down to just hang out. You have your beer, I have my wine, and I'd be down to hang out.
I'll watch these when I get home. Oh, we're live right now. Am I on there right now?
Well,
Oh
now
my God.
now you're on.
I'm a celebrity.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
So can I like go back and watch this? Or is it like
Yeah, you
it's not
can.
recorded, it's just a live thing.
It's a live thing. Right now we're 154 minutes in.
Wow, that's cool.
Wow.
So I can look for that.
If you
Yeah.
start around, I don't know, 140, 145, then yeah, you'll find yourself.
Yeah. Thanks for my little spotlight of fame.
Yeah, I feel so famous.
Yeah.
Was it?
Thanks for the
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you just go around and I'm still here, come back and have another one.
All right, well, have fun.
Yeah,
Cheers.
we'll do it, definitely.
You
Maybe I'll see you
guys
guys.
run the faith healers that are around here? There's some people, who are like,
Yeah, there's like some Bible
all your
kids.
back
Yeah.
aches and pains and seasons.
Yeah.
They're handing out these
We
things.
no, they were talking. There were a couple of them who got up and spoke during the end of the 6 o'clock meeting.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then it led to some division because people are screaming like, "Get your Jesus out of
Yeah, I
here!"
know, right?
Like
Oh,
like
yeah.
that's.
I left before that. I didn't see
Yeah, I
it. Those
left
kids
before
came to me gave me one of these. And I offered him a beer, and none of them wanted beer, and I was like, oh, that's weird. You guys kinda like,
Oh,
I was like, you guys look like people who drink beer. And then they were like, and then I realized they all had Bibles, like Bible shirts, and I was like, oh, wait, never mind. This is like a freaking weird, like, Jesus thing. And then they asked us if we had aches and pains, because they were going to heal us with God.
Oh, so they came up to you.
Up to me, yeah.
Yeah, it was probably the same people because there were a couple. Like there was one African man who said he was a priest. And
there was like a bunch of white kids. I don't think.
No, there were one or two white. No, they might have been different. Might have been together. Probably not. I don't know.
Like white, like buff bros that were like preaching Jesus stuff. And then they actually said something really funny. They were like, "Man, you should get out of here at 8." Told us.
Yeah.
So
That's
like,
what the preacher guy said.
That's what the like these like church bro kids like told us, and I was like,
they were probably all like 20.
Well, there've been a few shootings lately.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like it sounds so generalized. Like the gang start shooting at 8. Like,
Not at 8. They've
that's really what they had. Like the gang started shooting at 8. But then they started preaching about that odd stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm not. Yeah, that was. This isn't really. You know, it kind of just like lost some credibility after that. You know.
All right, well, we've got to get back moving. But by the way, a note on your fame. I don't know if this is the case, but it probably is. There was a commenter saying that my feed is being restreamed on some Twitch channel.
Oh my goodness.
So apparently you're Twitch famous also.
Oh my gosh, I'm famous.
Double whammy.
This is amazing. Hi, Twitch.
Some people make money off you, you know.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's the worst thing.
All right, well, thanks a lot, guys. Have fun out here. Enjoy your trip up here.
Yeah, we'll do it. Thank you.
All right. Let's take a look at the comments. Some people saying cool people. Well, it wasn't so much wasn't so much an interview as it was a hangout session, but maybe that gives you a little bit more of a glimpse into evening life here at CHOP, and specifically at Cal Anderson Park. Let's try to find some protesters. There's an exit right here, isn't there? Who's saying it'll be hectic? I don't know if things are going down tonight. And by things or shit, I don't know if the comments are referring to there being violence or there being the police swarming in. It doesn't... Oh, you're very welcome. And thanks for everyone who pointed out Rage Brew and who suggested I interview him. Now we've had quite a few interviews, so it's not like it was the only one. Did I get my phone back? No one ever took my phone. I don't know what you're referring to. Maybe something that happened in LA? Yeah, Rage Brew was very interesting, and I'll try to make that a video in itself that I upload to the channel. Although I think there were interesting points made by everyone that I interviewed. The system is racist, says this section of the barricade, this block, as we head out of CHOP. Yeah, I think there's some miscommunication about a curfew. As far as I'm aware, there is no curfew. What is this memorial?
You're not allowed to report.
Oh, what is that?
It's a memorial.
All right, I just walked by some memorial that apparently I'm not allowed to record.
Yesterday they asked me not
And
to film.
Why don't you say what did you film
yesterday?
yesterday?
There was a group of people and they were, I don't know, praying, and they asked me just not to record there.
All right, so it's some kind of memorial. Maybe it's for George Floyd. I don't know. I filmed the George Floyd memorial earlier in this stream. So what did Mayor Durkin say? And Chief Best? So, sorry, I got distracted. What? As we've got a character here in the intersection. I'm at CHOP indefinitely. Yeah, I don't, as far as I'm aware, there's no curfew. At least not now. I think there was briefly a few weeks back. But there have been discussions or suggestions that the protesting only take place between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. Maybe. People are asking about you.
What are they asking?
Who knows? So, for those of you who weren't tuned in early on in the stream, actually, you just got somewhat of a recap of it through our conversations. But at the conclusion of the nightly meeting, there was a group of protesters who, just like last night, went on a march in the direction of downtown, headed again for the West Precinct building, the Seattle Police Department West Precinct building, where we were last night, and we marched with the marchers and filmed some of them giving talks, as well as screaming at police who were believed to be inside and telling them to quit their jobs and giving them the middle finger. Now we're going to see if we can catch up with this march. So last night, the march made its way down the hill to downtown and to the precinct, after which it went on to the I-5, which we also filmed, and I presume... Oh, they're still at the precinct. Thank you very much for that. So, I don't know if we'll catch them before they leave the precinct. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But I think we can catch up with this march, even though we're departing like an hour or hour and a half after them. And if they, I have no idea if they plan on going back onto the freeway, but if they do, then I plan on filming it, streaming it, and probably will do so from a different angle than last night. They were headed, and they probably still are there, at the West Precinct. So the precinct that you have seen in today's stream at the corner of 12th and Pine is the East Precinct. The Seattle Police Department has abandoned the East Precinct, though it intends to reclaim it, and that's clearly part of the ongoing negotiations between the protesters and city leadership. The West Precinct is downtown, and it's not been abandoned, and if you saw the stream last night, we were there. Although it sort of had the feel that it was abandoned last night during the march, because protesters marched on up to the precinct and cordoned, or they set up barricades using fencing outside the precinct to block off the block and the intersection that the precinct's located on. For whoever left the comment that the marchers are still at the precinct, is there another feed? Is someone else streaming there? And if you got any update about the march, what's been... Oh, yes, another feed. Okay, cool.
Which one?
Yeah, who... Do you know multiple streams? 3 or 4 streamers. So maybe if you just... Angels, I don't know. I'm talking to Annabelle. Maybe if you type in CHOP Seattle protests live streams, maybe you'll find something. Oh, heaps of different streams. All right, good. So then, if we stumble into them, which is the plan, then we're not the only ones streaming, which I like. Sometimes in the media world, you want exclusivity. Sometimes you just want to be tolerated.
Oh yeah, so there are people in front of the police station.
What do you see? We don't need to film it. What are you seeing? I'll just put it in selfie mode. Yeah, thank you very much.
So there are multiple live protests. Wait, what is here? No, this is Portland.
Well, no, we're not Portland. That's a stream of streams. We gotta find the. We need to find the.
Oh, so there's a camera from the top.
I'm on someone's. Yeah, there's streams of streams. I've been getting used to that over the past few weeks. As we head now. Oh, what's the name of that bay? I forget the name of the bay. That's next to downtown Seattle. All right, it's green. We can cross. I can see the water from here. I guess you guys can't. Probably won't unless I really zoom in through these buildings. Elliott Bay, yeah, thank you. Elliott Bay is what it's called. Precinct, it's where it's happening. Thank you, Joey. And yeah, West Precinct, we're aware of that and we're heading down there now. In fact, we're about to cross over the 5, which could become part of the march, or could end up on the route of the march as well. I don't know, but that's what happened last night. If I recall, that precinct is located at...
We are 20 minutes away.
No, we're not 20 minutes away. I think it's at 8th and Virginia. Isn't it?
Not at 5th?
The
Sherry?
No, the Seattle Police Department West Precinct. I think it's at 8th and, was it Virginia? So we're walking over the 5 now, which the protesters shut down briefly last night. At least a stretch of the 5 over in that direction. The same 5 that runs from Southern California up to Canada. Yes, I-5.
9 minutes away.
Yeah, that sounds more like it.
8 minutes.
So we're less than 10 minutes away from the West Precinct.
It's an 8th in Virginia.
Yeah, I've got a good memory.
Ah.
Yeah, if they do start marching soon, no problem. We'll just march with them. And that way you guys get the best of both worlds. You get in-depth interviews and you get live protest action. And I'm just looking for the light to change. That's all I'm wishing for. By the way, one of these buildings is lit up at night with BLM on it. I forget which one it is, but actually Love BLM or Heart BLM on it. If you were tuned in last night, then you saw that. Thank you, Magic Monkey. And here's a look at the Seattle skyline overlooking the 5. For those of you who weren't tuned in last night, during last night's talks outside the West Precinct, there were a couple points of contention, one of which was over Police Chief Carmen Best. There was a member of the march, an older gentleman, who stood up and spoke about how on one instance Police Chief Best helped him out, and he said because of that people should view Best as, I don't remember what words he used exactly, but he thought people shouldn't be as harsh on Carmen Best, the police chief of Seattle. And the other protesters were not in agreement. Likewise, and by the way, Police Chief Best is a black woman, and it came up during that little point of contention that the protesters were discussing how the black community had gone behind Best and given Best support in landing the full-time police chief job, and how now they're very disillusioned with her work. Another point of contention was merely over who could speak. And I shouldn't chuckle, but there was disagreement over who was and who was not a woman, because they were prioritizing black female voices, and there was disagreement among the protesters over who was and was not female, and that resulted in one of them not being allowed to grab the megaphone and give a little talk. But other than that, there was, oh yeah, here we are already at 8th. Other than that, there was a whole lot of agreement that they being the protesters, do not support how the Seattle Police Department has been handling the situation, nor do they support the Seattle Police Department at all. And like I was saying, lots of them were screaming, quit your jobs, while looking up into the West Precinct building. And I'm giving you some of that play-by-play in case we miss all of what happens at the precinct this evening. I don't know whether we'll catch any of the action at the precinct, although we're very close to it right now. But if we miss it, then, and you hadn't been tuned in yesterday, then I'm sharing with you a little bit of what was said and what was shared and discussed last night outside the West Precinct. And we're very close to it. As I scamper across a flashing red hand walk sign, or not don't walk sign. See, looks like a nice cafe here. I wouldn't mind sitting down for a drink, but no one inside. The Pacific Northwest seems to be slowly reopening from the COVID lockdown. And we are just a block or two away from the precinct now, I think. Thank you for directions. Oh, I think I hear them already. Did you hear a crowd roar? Yeah, I think they're still there. And so be it, it's red, we're crossing. Let's see if there's a barricade at the intersection. Oh, we have police officers there? Excuse me, officer, are either of you a supervising officer?
Nope. Nope.
Are either of you allowed to speak with the press?
Nope.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening. I think that was a canine unit. Can you see if it's a canine? You gotta try to get those impromptu interviews. If anyone's tuned into the San Luis Obispo live stream, I randomly got an interview with the mayor after turning a corner to find some bikers. All right, I'll stop with the narration because we've caught up with the protest. Here is the Seattle Police Department West Precinct intersection blocked off by protesters. Film down.
Starting with the youth because it's our generation. Like I'm 19 years old, and I'm leading my own organization. Doesn't matter how old you are. That's the question. When I step out the house, when I was born, those kids and I was going to go to jail for about 1 in 3. Those cases are too fucking good. There's not that many black people there that are trying to make up 40% of the American population. We need to dismantle the system. That's right.
If y'all were here at the beginning, we handed out some candles. We're going to do a visual for Black women and trans Black women, all women that have been lost to this shit. So if you have candles, please come to the front. And if you are a non-black person who has a candle and you see a black person without a candle, please give it to them. But I have 28 candles, so I gave them all out. So I should see more people coming up. They don't have candles. If you don't got candles, either black, if you have a beautiful voice, come and use it. I have a lighter over here.
There's chalk on the sidewalk right in front of the entrance to the building. What does this say? Ian Burke is a criminal.
Why did it strike? I don't know what means. I know. It means like that's like I sound like these are also things that are pretty racist.
So there's a candlelight vigil going on. I think I heard a speaker saying it's for black women, but I'm not positive. I don't know what exactly the vigil is for.
I don't really have anything prepared to say, but I just wanted to take maybe a moment to remember the people that we've lost. To police violence, to state-sanctioned violence, to people that were murdered. Let's just take a moment, remember them. We will be fighting for you. I'm gonna read some black women's names. Alexia Sadhu, Janet Wilson, Breonna Taylor, Sandra Bland, Tanisha Anderson, Dominique Romaine-Feld, Rhea Milton, Dominique Clayton, Michelle Dussault, Maya Hall, Gracia Boyd, Yvette Smith, Pamela Turner, Estefanía Jefferson, Miriam Carey. These are not all the names, these are just some names. And Charlena Lyles. Let's remember these women. Let's uplift their spirits. I think it would be cool if we put the candles over there in the middle. I think next time maybe we can bring flowers and pictures.
Yeah.
you want, there's some chalk. Write your message. Let them know we're here. There's some chalk in the middle. I think there's some like spray paint. Just so y'all are aware, you know, there's cameras around us. We can also shine our lights into the cameras for people want to shine their lights into the camera so that it obstructs their view of seeing us. We can also do that. That way we don't have to spray paint that. There's a there's one over here. There's one big one right here.
Huh. Yeah, far better writing than I have, that's for sure. So here's an interesting, this reminds, not that I was in Hong Kong, but this reminds me of what was happening in Hong Kong. You have an umbrella being used to block a surveillance camera. Meanwhile, spray paint's flying up at the surveillance camera. You see the surveillance camera, they're holding up an umbrella and spray painting it. Now it looks green. Yeah, again, we're at the West Precinct, like last night. The air isn't so fresh right now because of the spray paint. John, there just has not been a whole lot of friendliness toward filming. So for the time being, no. No, we're not. Oh, I don't know if that was a question. No, we're not inside CHOP. We are in downtown Seattle at the West Precinct of the Seattle Police Department. I mean, I already told you guys I smell spray paint. Saw it being sprayed on that camera. That behind me is now being blocked with a skateboard. Interesting tactic. Enough on that matter. There's also a camera over here that an umbrella appears to be in the path of. And the chalking continues. Might be a slightly larger crowd here than last night.
Y'all ready?
Yes.
Y'all ready to hunt back? Let's go!
So the march back to down go a few candles.
It's a bigger mess than anything. Oh, let me wait. I gotta get that light.
Yeah, we coming. We had a
Hey, we're waiting on you. We don't want to leave you behind.
party foul. Sorry.
We will be taking control shots. I want your students to be safe.
So chalk also out front of the West Precinct by the corner of 8th and Virginia, which looks like it's now reopening. Looks like the blockade of the intersection is over. Well, maybe not entirely, but the intersection is pretty open now. Not that there's much traffic at all here. What time is it right now?
9:37.
So I guess it doesn't get fully dark here until right around 10. Well, Joey, I don't know if you're tuned in last night, but at this point last night, the crowd marched from right here to I-5, and they set up a barricade on an I-5 South on-ramp, and then marched onto the I-5 South as well as the I-5 North, and blocked traffic, and there was a standoff on a northbound on-ramp protesters and a couple drivers. Abolish police, it says in multiple places here outside the West Precinct. What does this say? I don't know if the world is watching, but 169 people apparently are watching. What did they just say about I-5? Did they just say I-5? Alright, so they're marching up 8th. Or is that Virginia? I forget. Virginia, yeah, I think. Hold on, I want to show people one thing before we leave. So they might go to the. Just one last look here before we head on out of here. The Seattle Police Department precinct building. You can see the candles, the chalk everywhere. No justice, no peace is the chant. And fuck the racist police, or no racist police, something like that. .7-Eleven is open right here with people inside. Yes, we are open. Just about the only business around here I see with people inside. They're chanting, "We take to the streets, fuck the police, no justice, no peace." Whose lives matter? Black Lives Matter. We will definitely at least be crossing the 5 freeway. I don't know if they intend to go back on the 5. For those of you who weren't tuned in last night, I've already told you synopsis of what happened on the freeway last night, but you also missed Annabelle chiming in with a little tidbit about what we saw on the freeway earlier in the day.
So basically the protesters blocked the freeway, and there were other protesters who blocked the freeway from the other side, and the entrance to the freeway was blocked, and a car just crashed through it, and it was really dangerous. Somebody could have got hit.
What about earlier in the day? We saw some automated sign on the freeway saying protest downtown, something like that. They might be shutting down the freeway. They might be shutting down a stretch of the 5 in the downtown area at this time of day on a regular basis. I'm not sure. Oh, we're in the street. Oh, someone commenting on how I refer to it as the 5. Yeah, this is not LA. I think I've been back and forth with I-5 and the 5. They're chanting their name, Breonna Taylor, as we turn right, heading up Boren. Oh, someone, actually, you guys can hear the chant. I was going to address that comment, but I'll just shut up and let me listen. So they're stopping at the intersection of Boren and something. I don't know what the cross street is. That's going to block traffic temporarily. Let's try to listen in on what's being said in this truck. I'm hearing something about closing down the ramp. It's a transit service supervisor of King County. Sir, is there going to be an I-5 closure? Is there going to be an I-5 closure?
Yeah.
Because of the protest? Are they marching onto the freeway? Okay. Thank you. Oh, all right. Are you in communication with the protesters?
No.
Just they're every day they're marching onto the freeway.
Yes. I'm just here because our buses use this route, so if it's blocked, then we have to reroute our buses out of here.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm monitoring the situation. The guys, some companies what's going on, but sometimes they just change their plan. Like today they said they're going to the street.
All right. Thank you. So. So protesters directing traffic. I was just a county traffic supervisor I was speaking with, and they're anticipating the protesters going on to the I-5, although he's not positive that they will. And in preparation for protesters going on the I-5, I guess the county is... Someone's directing traffic. I guess the county's shutting down a section of the 5. The chant is take to the streets. Fuck the police, no justice, no peace. Can you guys hear the chant now? It looks like they're heading in the direction of that 5 on-ramp that the protesters blockaded and we walked up last night. Thanks, John, although I know now you can't hear it. Quick peek at the skyline for those who didn't see it last night from this angle. They climb onto the other side of the family again. Walk around Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go is the chant. Defund SPD. As they get closer to that 5 on-ramp. So So it looks like they're getting ready to block off an on-ramp and go onto the I-5. Traffic stopped right here. Well, this vehicle's a transit supervisor, a county transit supervisor. This one right here. So there they go onto the I-5 on-ramp. I believe it's the southbound on-ramp. Same one as last night. And you can see the blockade set up. Oh, there's a vehicle that got pretty close to the blockade. Hey, it's the same guy as last night, huh? Hey, how's it going, man?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, how about you?
Yeah, y'all good. Good seeing y'all.
Yeah, good seeing you. So, South 5. Here's the blockade. It looked like this Ford Expedition, is that an Expedition, I think? Started to turn into the blockade and then stopped. And then tonight, unlike last night, there's a more fortified blockade with a vehicle parked here. See, they're stopped on the southbound 5 on-ramp, and traffic here goes from very, very light to starting to back up. You see a line of vehicles that presumably planned or still plan on turning onto this on-ramp. You can see right blinkers flashing. The third vehicle in this line, this white truck, is a county transit supervisor truck. And looks like this man is relaying directions to drivers how to get around this blockade and to get on to the highway. And the march onto the highway continues. Onto the southbound 5, the protesters go, and they may again hop over the center divider onto the northbound side of the freeway. It appears that the freeway again is wide open, and I think the county transit team has it blocked off. But then this very on-ramp is got its own blockade set up by protesters. So now they're gonna climb onto the north side. All right, across the southbound 5, the wide open southbound 5, across the southbound 5, the protesters go. Downtown Seattle skyline in the background. And the northbound side likewise is wide open. This is the northbound 5 here in Seattle. No vehicle traffic whatsoever, just foot traffic. You're welcome. Can you guys hear the speaker? She's saying she's disappointed that there's no disruption in people's lives, and that without disruption there's no change. The protesters are now discussing coming back out here at 4 o'clock tomorrow during rush hour, rather than at this time when there's no traffic on the freeway, not just because it's not rush hour, but because officials have blocked off the freeway, expecting the protesters to march on. But I don't know if that will happen tomorrow. Someone just said, the woman with the loudspeaker just said, never mind. As I've been trying to address, it appears the county transit workers have shut down a stretch of I-5 in the downtown area, and that's why there's no vehicle traffic, and they do so in anticipation of this protest march coming onto the freeway.
Our first goal is to defund the police by 50%. That is the first goal. We don't want the
Okay, we need to be more high and stay together so we sound louder. We're going to sound diluted and sound quiet if we spread out going to the relay. You don't have that many people, nothing, I need to go to millions of voices tonight, regardless of how you feel, and from that end. And I don't want, if y'all want White House, y'all want. So, make sure we have a front line so that everyone knows not to pass the front line. Can we set a front line right here? It doesn't have to be White Allies. But it's a front line right here so people don't have to pass that front line. We want everybody to stand behind those people if you're not in that front line. If you're not passing anybody in that front line, they're going to be successful. One front line, not three. One front line. I know that all of y'all went to elementary school now. This is not no straight line. It's definitely not one straight. One line, good. Are you ready? So, sorry, my console. Who's right better? 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 Who's right Everybody in the front line should be basically marching. Y'all should be walking the same pace as the other person right next to y'all. Makes it easier, y'all, 'cause some- No cops, no KKK, no racist, USA! 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 No cops, no
All right, I'm gonna loop around the start of this on-ramp and get a shot looking down at the protesters as they make their way up the on-ramp. No, didn't we? Yeah, that's where we went through last night. I think it was. So there were people up in this residential building out on balconies yelling in support of the protest maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago. I think they were yelling in support of the protest. The protesters interpreted it that way. Last night there was someone up somewhere around here screaming, "Stop blocking traffic." And let's take a shot of it. Some disappointment among protesters that there's no traffic to block at the moment. Yeah, there's a shot of some of the people up on the balcony. Well, maybe it is a summer love fest here in Seattle.
Hold up, I want you guys to take a look to the left and see the traffic we're causing.
So they're celebrating how there's a backup of cars not on the freeway but on the side street running parallel to the freeway. Then you guys could hear them say, "Look at the traffic we're causing." Now a lot of honking horns off in the direction of the traffic backlog. And it looks like the protesters are making their way off of the I-5. Alright, so protesters are making their way off the freeway. And I think now we're going to circle around, veering away from the protest back to CHOP. Well, there's a UPS truck here. That's apparently still delivering in this time in this area. As the protesters, I don't think you can see, but I can see them, make their way off the northbound I-5 on-ramp and back on the Seattle streets. They're chanting, "No justice, no peace." That would be a funny question to pose to the UPS driver. Oh wait, here. Sir, how you doing?
I'm alright. How you doing?
You managing to deliver with all the traffic backlog here?
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
All right.
On my side.
All right. Have a good one. Actually, the UPS driver just showed up, and I asked him if he's managing to deliver. For the record, if you care, he's a black man. Doesn't seem bothered whatsoever by the protest.
I don't think that she was as good at.
All right, we're gonna make our way uphill to CHOP. The protesters have gone off the I-5. Yeah, that's them. But I don't want to stop. I just want to hit up CHOP. And this might be that same county transit supervisor truck. This being this truck that's ever so slowly driving by at the moment. Or it might just be a random truck. Looks like a random truck. So there you can see the protesters are back onto the city streets. They'll make their way up to CHOP. Probably finishing at Kyle Anderson Park, and we're gonna beat them there. Let's go. And there's some arguing. There's a couple people splinter off from the protest march. Someone's screaming, "Cut that shit out." Yeah, so right now I'm veering off ahead of the protest march and heading back up to CHOP. You guys, again, got to see the demonstrators outside the West Precinct in downtown Seattle, and then protesters going onto the freeway. And the freeway being eerily empty in the downtown area. You're welcome for the interviews, and I think it really worked out tonight, because we managed to get in interviews. I'd like to say important interviews, while the protesters were marching down to the West Precinct, and then while they were doing some of their demonstrating outside the police station, yet we still managed to catch up with them. So you got to see the best of both worlds. I was asking you a couple hours back maybe even more, whether to do interviews or the march, and we ended up doing both. There's a bar open right here. I don't plan on staying very late tonight. I'm probably not going to continue with this stream a whole lot longer. But as we did last night, I'll head back up the CHOP now and take a look at Cal Anderson Park and take a look at what's going on the CHOP streets. And again, like last night, CHOP stands for Capitol Hill Organized Protest. It's located in the Capitol Hill neighborhood of Seattle. Initially it was called CHAZ, Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, and then it was renamed CHOP, Capitol Hill Organized Protest. And as I was starting, like last night, I'll walk around a bit, take a look what's going on, but I'm probably pointing the camera down more than I do during daylight hours in CHOP. But I'll try to get my finger on the pulse of CHOP on this Tuesday evening, or Tuesday night at this point. I can hear the protesters chanting in the background, but they're pretty far behind us now. Here's another look at the city skyline. You want to say something?
I just forgot what the low light settings on the GoPro.
What about the GoPro?
Low light settings on the
I don't think we've taken, or did we take the street on the way down? I forget. No, we didn't, because we were going to the right of here. So we're winding our way now up back in the direction of CHOP. Try to take a look at comments. See what some of the comments are right now. Ugh, is that in response to me pointing the camera down? Where are you heading now? We're heading back to CHOP. We're heading. Take a look at what's going on in CHOP right now. It seems like I'm having a bit of a connection problem. Dare I say it's getting a little choppy. Yes, pun intended. The stream stopped very briefly. I don't know why. Every now and then I have these connection issues. Oh, that's that Rite Aid with the theater, in the theater building on Broadway, is it? Alright, then we're in the right place. Yeah, we're very close to CHOP. Is Raz still leader? I don't know. Do you know who Raz is?
It's a girl with a curly hair?
I'm not sure. I don't know, asking if Raz is still the leader of CHOP. I don't know. We were talking about CHOP leadership earlier in this broadcast, particularly in the interview with the man who's literally been taking notes. And it's hard to pinpoint who the leader is. I don't think there is the leader unless that leader is operating in the shadows. And that's something that, what was his name, Omari on that local broadcast was talking about. How this seems to be somewhat of a leaderless movement. Although apparently there are leaders of CHOP who are in negotiations with the city. Here's that Rite Aid I was talking about. That's in a theater building. John's asking if I'm literally living at CHOP. No, I'm not literally living at CHOP. And for better or for worse, that means I wasn't woken up by gunshots the past 2 nights. Or I guess just the past night. We're already back in the Capitol Hill neighborhood. That's where CHOP is located. And we're very close to Cal Anderson Park. No problem, no problem. Yeah, I'm close enough that if I need to get over here pretty quickly, I can do so. But I'm not so close to CHOP that I'm gonna hear the action out my window. Compton to Seattle? Or I don't know if, are you referencing where my last 2 streams were? I don't, maybe that's a completely different reference that I'm missing. This leads to the park, right? Or maybe it's a little, no, it's a little further. Yeah, there definitely have been times where the scooter would have come in handy. More so in LA than here. The distances here are much smaller than in LA. Although sometimes in LA the distances are so long that scooting doesn't work and I need to drive, but then again I can drive the car, park it, and scoot around. Well, that's that way. I'm no skateboarder, but what was that guy's name? The streamer in LA, Drew something? Psycho Drew, yeah. He was quite the talent with streaming and skating. No, it's over here. Or wait a second, yeah, you're right. No, isn't that college on that side and the park on that side? That's what it says on the map. Oh, it's right here, isn't it? So momentarily we are making our re-entry into well, if you're a Psycho Drew follower, give him my best. All right, we're making our way back into CHOP. Well, specifically Cal Anderson Park. You're welcome. And again, at this hour, I don't expect to be here very long. My aim is to put my finger on the pulse of CHOP on this Tuesday evening or night. And I'm going to be pointing the camera down more than I would be during daylight hours. But you should still be able to see stuff, particularly when we get back into the middle of the park or onto the streets. Oh, there's a bonfire. Magic Monkey says I could use some sleep and some wine. It's like you guys are getting to know me very well at this point. So I think there is a dog or wolf howling, and then a bunch of people themselves howling. Or maybe it's just people howling, but I did see a dog. A lot of people gathered. Well, that's a person howling. A lot of people howling. Dog barking. People howling, dog barking. As we make our way through tents and the gardening area, back to the athletic fields, the turf field here at Cal Anderson Park. So we're back in the gardening area and heading for better lighting. Walking by an open refreshment stand where it looks like they've got food and drinks, hot drinks included. Shop. Here we are. Okay. Back at Cal Anderson Park. You can see vehicles out here, including a U-Haul truck. There's some comment about Netflix. I missed a comment because I was putting the camera down most of this time, so I missed a lot of comments. Yeah, we're at Cal Anderson Park. This, I believe, is the hospitality tent. Vehicles parked on and around one of the baseball diamonds. Not as many people seated on the turf as a couple hours ago, but you can see plenty of people still hanging out here after dark. Although this is the best lit part of CHOP right now. Very bright out here. Some screaming off around the baseball diamond here and the skateboard park. Where's the spa at? I don't think there's a spa. There are a lot of couches, but I don't think there's a spa. free soup tent. This is a free soup tent. Yeah, this is the free soup tent. Just giving you a quick shot of it. Some drumming going on out here as we now head back toward the streets of Chop. There's a drummer off to my right at the moment. Here's the barricade and entrance to Chop where I interviewed Brad earlier. You can see a bunch of couches. I'm not going to film people hanging out on the couches. And we're back within the barricades on the streets of Chop. Flashing red lights at the intersection of Pine and I think this is 11th, otherwise known as Black Lives Matter Street and George Floyd Way. What? Shooting on 6th and Seneca, non-protest related? Where's Seneca? I know we've been on Seneca. Can anyone confirm where was that shooting that someone's talking about?
Where?
6th and Seneca. Can you go to the Seattle Police Twitter feed? Let's go to Twitter, type in Seattle Police Department. Alright, yeah, thanks for people checking. Yeah, and if you can listen into a scanner, that'd be great. I forget where Seneca is, but I think I've been on it. 6th is 5 or 6 blocks away from here. No, type, go back. I'm checking Twitter right now. 5 days, no, it's a pinned tweet. 7 minutes ago. All right, let's see. Seattle Police Department. Officers investigating a shooting in the 600 block of Seneca Street. One injured person transported to the hospital via private vehicle. More information when available. That was tweeted 7 minutes ago. Let's look up 6th and Seneca. SENCA. SES. You got it.
90 minutes.
Can you zoom out? Is that near downtown or where? Okay, so this is the plan, guys. I'm going to just walk through and on out of Chop. It's very quiet at the moment. And then we're going to walk over to 6th and Seneca. So we're approaching the infamous 12th and Pine intersection. Here's the abandoned precinct. Quite a few people walking around, but not a lot of action. Last night around this time, there were a bunch of people gathered in this intersection talking some arguing, but it's pretty calm here right now. Yeah, they may have already cleared out 6th and Seneca, but I think I could get over there anyway. Well, I don't know if the scene is completely cleared. If the victims and here's another look at the precinct, the abandoned precinct. Pretty calm right now. I'd say even calmer than last night at this hour. I think it's going to take me about 15, maybe 20 minutes to get over to 6th and Seneca. And yes, John and Joey, if we had scooters on us right now, that would be a help. And here's a 12th Avenue exit. Alright, I gave you a look at 12th, which you've already seen on this stream at the beginning. If you haven't, you can tune back in. And likewise, we were here last night. Someone's saying take an Uber. You could... No, you don't want to?
You can.
I can't order one on my phone, but you... Yeah, why not? But let's get out of the... Let's get out of Chop first. Look, it's pointed down. We understand, that's why it's pointed down at the ground.
Thank you so much, man. Have a good night.
You too. So, as you guys may have heard, pretty common to be told not to record here. Magic Monkey saying no one there now. What? So how long of a walk is it?
It's 19 minutes. I'm not sure.
Let's just walk here. Who knows how long it takes an Uber to respond to... We'd probably get there before an Uber gets us there. It's less than 20 minutes. So here's another quick look. 11th and Pine. Tents, couches. Hey, how's it going? I've got a stream going. You want to plug your shirts or your Instagram or something?
No, I'm out here for the dude. I ain't trying to do it. You can more than welcome to put them in your...
Oh, you want me to show?
I mean, you can do it for your benefit. I'm just out here to just from the crowd.
Alright, so you can see we've got Black Lives Matter, I Can't Breathe, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Eric Garner, and quite a few others. Black Lives Matter. Yeah, so we'll look at some of the apparel here. Thank you. Yeah, best of luck. Have a good night. Maybe it's just an LA thing that everyone's plugged their Instagram. Maybe it's not a Seattle thing. As we head on out of Chop, barricade ahead. Oh, Costello's tuned in. Thanks for joining us, Costello. Insta as in Instagram. When I interview people, I tend to throw them a bone and let them plug their Instagram. Although that seems to be more of a token of appreciation in Los Angeles than in Seattle. I think we just walked right back into the protest march. Go figure. So the protest march, oh, Tiki-Taki, is that what they plug nowadays? Anyway, go figure. The protest march, we found the protest march, and now the protest march has found us. Let's just walk by them right on the side. I don't know. So here's the protest march making its way to its final destination, Cal Anderson Park, at least I presume. Alright, so they'll be doing this every day. We're now out of CHOP, still in the Capitol Hill district, but out of CHOP and making our way to 6th and Seneca. That was my plan, to beat him to the finish line. I came along with him last night. And I think the stretch after the freeway to CHOP is not all that exciting. For now, I'm in Seattle. Not going anywhere for now. Might head to some different cities after Seattle, not sure. But for now, I'm from Seattle. I'm leaving CHOP because apparently there was a shooting at 6th and Seneca. That's what commenters started saying, and we checked the Seattle PD Twitter feed, and that's what the police department's saying. Now, it sounds like the victim's already been taken to the hospital. The police may or may not have cleared up the scene and gone out of there, I don't know. But I just showed you what CHOP looks like right now, and there's not a ton of action. I wouldn't mind a trip to Thailand, as I think I mentioned down in Gardena. You tell me. So this shooting is well outside of CHOP. I think it's just a short drive away from CHOP. Maybe a 5-minute drive or less. But Josh needs a coconut oil back massage. Is that what I get in Thailand? Alright, I don't know if you're just tuning in now, but there's a shooting at 6th and Seneca. On the map, it shows that we're less than 20 minutes away from there. And it's
12.
It's not so far out of the way for me, and I don't think that there's a whole lot of action in CHOP at the moment. So I figured we'll wrap up the stream at the scene of this shooting. Whatever's left of it, maybe there's nothing left of it. Thanks, John. By the way, we're walking on Harvard Avenue, crossing Pike.
Next block is Seneca.
Apparently the next block is Seneca. So says my navigation system. Better than a GPS. Oh, very cool. You're working near 6th and Seneca. And you say it's quiet. Well, no big deal. We'll just go there and take a look. And if there's nothing to report on, nothing to see, then we'll wrap up the stream there. Something's better than GPS.
Very nice of your audience.
Yeah, you want to say that?
Oh, your audience is really nice, Josh.
I don't know, Joey. I'm here indefinitely. I don't plan on... Someone's saying Josh's life matters.
Look, we are back.
Oh, yeah. Should we show him this church? Is that the same church? Oh, yeah, it is the same church. I don't want to take a long detour here, but... And I already Instagrammed out the photo, but look, it says celebrate diversity on this electric sign. You are wonderfully made. At some point it's going to say Black Lives Matter. There we go, Black Lives Matter. And then they've got rainbow flags up on this church. There you go. I don't want to do a big detour. I already Instagrammed out a photo of that. You can find it on my Insta, at Nomad Journalist. There you go. If no one wants to plug their Instas, I'll plug my Insta, where you can find a photo of the church with the rainbow flags and the Black Lives Matter electronic sign.
We're basically 2 big blocks away, but we have to...
Oh, so I guess this is close to the 5. There we go again. I said the 5. Who cares?
Oh, this is a more privileged area.
I couldn't see it. Oh, I guess my hand was covered. Alright, we're heading through, I don't know what this district is called, but it's got a much different feel than wine and rest for both of us. Thank you. I could use a little wine and rest. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I had no idea what was going to transpire on this stream. And a lot like was the case on night 2 or 3 in downtown LA and out in Fairfax when the riots were happening. You guys made good calls, especially telling me to go after Brad.
Very calm here in this area. It's kind of disturbing.
Say that a little louder.
It's really calm in this area. It's a little bit disturbing. It feels more like a more ritzy, privileged area here. It's absolutely different. I don't know how this part of Seattle is called. Bellevue?
I don't think so. I think Bellevue's in the city. Wait, sorry. There was a comment about Cayucas, and I was holding the camera off the side for Annabelle to talk. What was that comment about Cayucas? Can you post it again? Or Rage Brew. Yeah, I like Rage Brew more than Brad. Your friend from Cayuca says I'm the only good journalist in the SLO area? Well, if he likes me, then I'd presume he likes Calcos News. Karen Veely is the lifeblood of Calcos News. And she never comes on this channel. Don't know why. She should. It's hard for her to get favorable media coverage. You feel like you might be safer in the CHOP area. Well, we've walked around here at night, and this area where we're walking right now, I don't know if I'm speaking for both of us, but to me, this area we're walking right now feels way safer than both CHOP and downtown. Oh, back at Bourne, so Seneca and Bourne. Are we right by Harborview Medical Center? Is this Harborview or? Oh yeah. What's up? Oh no, I was just curious. Oh, thank you very much. The reason why, fuck it, let's cross the street. So we're walking up by what it says emergency. I believe this is a hospital. And I was asking, is this Harborview? Harborview Medical Center is where they have the trauma unit that I believe shooting victims are transported to. So the victim of the shooting at the scene we're walking to right now presumably is at Harborview right now, and Harborview is not too far away from here. It's basically a little way to the left this way along the freeway. You can see rainbow flags just about everywhere in the city. On churches, on hospital awnings, on the skyscrapers. It's Pride Month, right? No? Is it? I think it is Pride Month. Maybe that's what it's about. But yeah, rainbow flags everywhere here in Seattle. Good night, John. Get some rest. We should be coming up on 6th shortly. We're on Seneca. Or do I have that in reverse?
I think this is really close. 5 minutes.
I don't know how many streams in Seattle. I'm playing it by ear. I know from past experience that things like this are hard to time. So, for instance, I was filming Occupy LA when it was broken up 9 or 10 years ago, and that was doable because of my location. You're welcome. And then something that also comes to mind is I was at the Greek-Macedonian border a few times before European governments decided to put an end to the big refugee camp at Idomeni. And I did not manage to film the breakup of that camp. Timing in these instances is not so easy. If the city or some other government agency is going to use force to break up CHOP, I would like to be here to cover it. A, I don't know if that's going to happen, and B, I don't know if it's going to happen right away. At the moment, I'm playing things by ear, but I can't stay in Seattle forever. So we'll see. And now we're really close to Seneca and 6th.
It's right after Julian.
Will's saying you made it. I guess Will knows his way around here and is located somewhere very close to us. That's funny that you're talking about a pyramid, because someone just asked me if I've seen the pyramids in Egypt. And I've not, which is something very frustrating for me. I've been wanting to go to Egypt for years. I've been on the Red Sea, right next to Egypt, in both Eilat, Israel, and Aqaba, Jordan, and I've never crossed into Egypt, and I really want to go there, see the pyramids in Cairo and more, Alexandria. I'm looking into going to Colombia, returning to the Colombian-Venezuelan border sometime in the near future, but right now I've got all kinds of travel issues to work out. I might be banned from returning to Europe for the near future. I need to check into that. I heard the New York Times was reporting that Europe's enacted an American travel ban, but I'm not going to focus on that at the moment. Is this 6th right here?
Oh, this is 6.
All right.
LGBTQ on the church.
So I think we've made it to the intersection. And is that a news van across the street? Okay, we're at the intersection of Seneca and 6th. Yeah, thanks a lot, and Rage Brew was a great interview. So we're at the intersection of Seneca and 6th. There's a Crown Plaza hotel here. It looks like we're right on the edge of downtown. We're near the 5. You can see the sign here. Now, oh, that was cool that you were tuned in for that San Luis Obispo mayor run-in. I don't think she knew she recognized me. She probably wouldn't have given the interview had she. So it looks like we might have a news crew here. I mean, is there blood on the ground? I don't know. This doesn't look like blood. Excuse me. Are you with local news?
Yeah.
Was there a shooting here?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
I don't know when it happened. The cops just left like about 10 minutes ago.
Was there a whole crowd out here?
I got here like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, then I guess you missed it also.
Yeah.
I was wondering what you might have seen, what was roped off, what it looked like, but
I mean, when I pulled up, I pulled up on the other side. They had Seneca completely blocked with some crime scene tape, and then there was one cop car down here. A fire truck came by and then left, and I think he was here to hose down. So I think whatever happened over here somewhere.
you think it's over
There's
here?
blood on the floor.
No, that wasn't
the fire
blood.
department came by.
But
They
they
usually do that to spray down to injury blood on the ground.
but
There's still blood on the ground.
that looked like blood.
There is blood on the ground. It's red.
I don't. Show me. It didn't look red to me.
Okay.
You're saying do you think the shooting happened somewhere?
Yeah, it's 100%.
This is where I saw the one cop car that had his lights flashing. So,
All right, thank you very much.
The guy drove they drove the person to the hospital. They didn't wait for him.
Oh, someone, a citizen drove,
Yeah.
civilian, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks
That's
a lot.
my understanding. I don't know exactly what happened. Like I said, I just got here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what you guys heard of that. I was speaking with a local reporter or cameraman. Yeah, I was just looking at this. You think Annabelle thinks this is blood?
Shall we put something white in there to figure out if it's red?
No, he's got he looks like typical local news. He's got one of those SUVs, he's got a big tripod, big camera.
You have a napkin?
Yeah, I've got a tissue.
Let's try it. Let's put it in there and see if it turns red.
You're tapering with evidence, madam. Wait, before you do that though. Okay, what do you guys think? I guess we've got a shadow in the way. But I mean, I guess it could have been blood and washed over. Yeah, I saw that also.
Okay, should I put it in?
Yeah, go for it.
No, it's water.
Yeah, I mean, there could have been blood underneath and water sprayed over it, but I don't think that's blood. Yeah, none of it looks like blood to me, but maybe.
But there's something what was, what they use from the police? This yellow tape?
Oh yeah, so this might be some of the caution tape that was used to rope off the area. So I guess there's your only glimpse of evidence thus far that there was a shooting at this corner not too long ago. The local newsman was saying that he thinks it happened somewhere around here and that the police just left here about 10 minutes ago and the area was roped off. Now it obviously no longer is. He says, casings. I didn't see any, but I wasn't looking too closely either. There could be missed casings. Or maybe they could have fallen into a drain. I don't know about this shooter. We could check the SPD Twitter feed for updates or a scanner if anyone's got one. But as far as I'm aware, they haven't caught any of the chop shooters. Again, it's Seneca and 6th. Yeah, I've got sanitizer. Yeah, you better disinfect your body. Interesting. Someone's saying there's an interview with a chop shooting victim on YouTube. If that's the case, I'll try to find it. You don't notice any bullet casings, do you?
It's on YouTube.
No, not now. But maybe the Twitter, the SPD Twitter feed.
Yeah, I will check it. They don't have any update.
So I guess the most recent tweet is the one we read previously. Officers investigating shooting in the 600 block of Seneca Street. One injured.
Oh, Magic Monkey, no worries. We're safe.
But wait a second. 600 block of Seneca Street is Is this the 600 block of Seneca Street?
Shall we ask the guy again?
Well, we could Google the address of, I don't know if the Crown Plaza fronts on Seneca.
Yeah? What should we do? 600?
Yeah, so, I mean, if it was, we're at 6th and Seneca. I don't know. So 6th is the 600 block. But was it at the intersection? Or someone's saying it.
Seneca Street. So that is this.
600 is this. Alright, so let's just walk up this block a little bit. Maybe the shooting didn't take place in the intersection or around the intersection, but rather somewhere up this block. Yeah, is this from sprinklers or something else? So we've got some water here, presumably water. No, I don't think this is blood.
But maybe here was a little bit blood and they washed it off.
Maybe this area got closed down, I don't know. Doesn't look like it came from sprinklers. Yeah, maybe I could use some sleep and wine. I don't know. Look for addresses starting with 600. We're trying to. Did you see an address on that building?
I don't know. Should we approach it?
Or did you look up 600 Seneca? I already forgot.
Yes, no, I did. And
Alright, so we looked up 600 Seneca and it's this building right here. So my best guess is it happened somewhere along this block. Okay, yeah, so Annabelle. No, I mean, if I got a Camelback full of wine, then I'll be drunk and dehydrated. There was altar over the sidewalk behind me? Where? This? These flowers? The flower bed? Is that what you're talking about? I do need to stay hydrated. It's also a matter of
what?
It's just a long stream now. Talking about hydration and wine and whatever. So this has got to be the 600 block of Seneca.
There's a park.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. There's a park here. So maybe the shooting took place in the park. And for the commenter saying if there's blood, they would clean it up before leaving the scene. That's what the local newsman over there at the corner of 6th and Seneca said the police did. And part of the reason why I question whether there's any reason to look into this more is that we're well outside of shock. This isn't like the past 3 shootings that have been inside or along the boundaries of CHOP. We're well outside CHOP right now. But here's a look at this park in the 600 block of Seneca. Who knows, maybe it happened here. Oh, Will, so you're working nearby now? Yeah, I mean, we could use your guidance. But I don't know what there's for us to see here. Granted, daylight would help. To the left of the spot. Oh, we've got water, actually. She's carrying some water we can drink. Is there anything at this park or on the street here that you guys want me to take a look at? And maybe on that note, yes, we've seen a lot of homeless and drugs in Seattle at night, particularly in the downtown area. Say it louder.
This area feels very clean, so different from the other parts of Seattle.
Yeah, actually, as Will's saying, be careful in dark areas, sketchy. I guess you know this area way better than we do, but it feels less sketchy here than downtown at night. But there may have been shooting right around here not moments ago, but too long ago. Well, let me peek up this staircase really quickly. We're going home very shortly. I'm not too excited about investigating a crime scene that's already been removed. But I guess I've just got it in my nature to do so anyway. Interesting formation here. It looks like this is water. Is that a pond? God, it's dark, hard to see. Anyway. I think based on the comments and based on what we found, that the 600 block is right up here. So I think we found the block, but I don't know if we're gonna find any remaining evidence.
Just go back to the intersection.
And who was saying what about the water outside some building?
Yeah, that's where we were. Let's show it to them.
As this bus stop is reopened apparently. Well, I don't know. I mean, there's water over here too. Could be coming from sprinklers. Alright, so Susan's saying right before I said this is the building. Oh, well. I don't know. Are you talking about this water? I think it was Susan who said that. This water in front of this building. See the wet spot? Yes. Here, yeah. This is a. All right. So. Oh. Okay. Annabelle's got better eyes than I do. What did you find?
Look, I don't know if you can see it. To touch it or is it evidence? Yeah, well, now it's not evidence.
Wait. But I
Oh.
want to film that, and it's so dark. It's hard for me to film it. I don't know why.
Is it allowed to push it away?
All right. You've got a good eye.
So it says
What does this say?
Seattle Police. South. Yeah. Wait, I'll give you light.
Thank you.
How does this work? Flashlight.
All right.
There you go.
All right. I think it says South Precinct, so it says Seattle Police.
And next
Oh, is
door
there
is a
is there an
feather.
incident number on there?
Is it allowed to touch
And a
it?
feather? Well, I mean, what's stopping me?
No, not the feather. This thing.
Yeah,
I
what's?
just take it like this.
All right. You put it down like that. Oh well, there's nothing filled out on
I
here.
don't want to
It's
destroy fingerprints.
It's just
oh shit.
it's just a business card. Although there's an incident number line on there.
What is on the back?
Can you flip that? I'll do it. There we go. Yeah, it isn't evidence. It's just a business card. But it's might indicate that they were indeed investigating the shooting right around here. Maybe we found the spot. Can't say for sure.
But now they splash more water.
Yeah, but the sprinkler is running and who knows what it's coming from. Alright, any last comments about this shooting or scene? Which was not at all the focus of the broadcast. But we just thought, why not come out here, given... Yeah, we're heading back very shortly. I'm just gonna wrap up the stream before we head back. Yeah, we did find that tape in the intersection. Well, actually, Annabelle found both. Annabelle found the SPD business card and the tape in the intersection right over there.
The water is really running from the water, from the sprinkler.
Yeah, the local newsman just took off. Thank you, Magic Monkey. Any comments or questions before I wrap up the entire stream? Not about the shooting scene, but they're moving Chop to Space Needle. That's probably a joke. Thank you. Yes, I did drive to Seattle. And I expect to stream tomorrow. Oh, Converge is streaming from Chop right now? Is Converge Media streaming from Chop right now? I wanted to meet those guys. If someone wants to do me a favor, if Converge... Okay, you're saying yes they are. If someone's gonna switch on over to the Converge Media stream, I don't know if they follow comments or not, but this is not a joke from Chop to Space Needle. Alright, whatever. I'd love to meet the Converge Media guy, particularly Omari. That's his name, right?
Omari,
Yeah,
Bobby,
so
and Eric.
if someone could... Omari, Bobby, and Eric. There we go. If someone could put out the word that I'd like to meet Converge Media and interview one of them, particularly Omari, that would be very much appreciated. Oh, Omari's in Cal Anderson Park right now. Oh, are we going to walk back to Cal Anderson now? No, I think I'm going to call it a night and hopefully catch him some other time. Because we're already more than 5 hours into this broadcast. And I've got other work that's got to be handled and I've got to sleep. But yeah, if someone could put out the word that I'd like to meet Omari and interview him, that would be fantastic. What do I think about Trump immigration policy? Now's not the time for that. Joey, have you watched my speech at the Atascadero Tea Party from back in March? I talked at length about Trump and immigration. That's on my channel back in March. Right around the primary election coverage, California primary election coverage. Do I think what's working? Well, I mean, then again, the whole world has changed so much since early March. But we're more than 5 hours into this right now. Let's talk about that another time. Also, by more than 5 hours, I mean it's late.
We will be back tomorrow.
You're welcome, Elaine. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, Costello's also saying Converge is live on Facebook, the big park, and yeah, that's Cal Anderson Park. If you could put out the word that I'd like to interview Omari, that would be amazing. Thank you for whoever could do so. And you're welcome, Joey. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. I'm going to get some rest, hopefully. Last words.
Me?
Yeah.
We have to go home, edit, get all our footage to the computer and get some rest, and then we will be tomorrow at job.
There you go. There's the plan of attack. Alright, so from the scene of yet another shooting in Seattle, not that we saw it, but yeah, from the scene of yet another shooting in Seattle, not in CHOP this time, calling it a wrap for this Tuesday night live stream from CHOP and elsewhere in Seattle. Thank you very much again for tuning in. Good night, and see you very soon from elsewhere in Seattle, probably in CHOP. Adios, amigos.